good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Meow. I only have like very little um I have very little energy right now. But I'm really excited to watch the concert. I meant to watch it live, but well, I have work and I couldn't really be bothered like waking up earlier to watch it live. I don't think there's much of a difference, but I do wish I did see it live. Because when I went online, when I woke up, I realized and I found out that they actually performed Funny Bone. It's one of my favorite songs as of recent. It's actually a fan made song about Sampo Koski from Hoyo Fair. And they performed it in the official concert. That really blew my mind, so I was really excited. Especially since it's going to be live. Like, what do you mean? Okay, testing my audios. So excited. It's going to be 2 hours. I'm not sure if I'll have enough energy after that, but like, really excited. And without further ado, I'm gonna make it a little bit like, it's gonna be a little bit, it's gonna be as loud as my voice probably, because, you know, you really want to listen to the music. And so, I shall have it started. Let's fucking get it. Like, I just realized that I have it on on 0.25 speed because I was trying to get the freeze frame for Sunday when I last watched YouTube. Oh my god. Absolutely embarrassing. I was like, hey, that sounds weird. Is this a new intro? Is this something new that they're trying out? Oh my god. I'm just checking the audio levels and it seems to be good, I think. A little too loud maybe, but that's fine. I'll just shout if I need to. Okay, I'm gonna get it started. Oh, I'm really excited. 14, 13, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go! That's a lot of people. I wish I was there. Oh, was it actually live? As in simultaneous broadcast? I thought it was just like a pre-recorded concert that happened probably a day ago. So it's actually live. Oh my gosh, it's so cool. It's been a while since my last concert. Oh, is that Canon D? Oh, that's so cool. The lights, the light sticks. It's so very basic, but I really do love Canon D. What? I thought that was a face. Her sunglasses. Oh my god. Well, this isn't the first time I'm seeing her do this, because she did this when we first like came to life. So oh, that looks like a cage. She looks like she's in a cage. Hold on. Is that a contraption for hologram? Not really. Oh, it is some kind of screen. Okay. What is it? Is it for a hologram thing? I've never seen a hologram concert. Also, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't seen Kafka's demo. Oops. I just noticed her rings. That looks cool. Oh, that's so cool! Oh my god, this is what I was wishing for the concert. They're actually doing it for Star Rail. I can't remember much of Genshin's last concert, so they probably also did this, but that is so cool. Hold on, I need to fix the audio mixing for my earphones. I'm kind of not satisfied with how it sounds. Take a look at the ticket in your hand. I left you a surprise. Oh?
听我说，今天你将度过一个美妙的夜晚。
You'll enjoy a wonderful evening. Okay, cool. She sounds a lot more gentle in Chinese. That's something. Oh, it's March! I want the light sticks! That is so cute. I want the light sticks so bad. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, who's next? Is it Dunhung?
看这边，看这边。
Who's that? Oh, that is March. Okay.
刚刚看谁看得那么入神呢？
Oh, oh, that is so
开个玩笑
cool.
刚刚的表演还喜欢吗？
Yes, I did.
听不到哦。那么接下来就该本姑娘出场了。
Oh,
为了
oh,
今天咱特别准备了一个超
super
超
different,
厉害
like
的
an
魔法，
ultra
一下
magical
子就可以
spell.
把全场都变成3叶七的魔法。
Turn everyone here into me.
看好本姑娘的表演，3叶七。
Check out this awesome move.
一定是哪里出了问题，让我再试一次。
Himiko's color is red.
对不
Yay!
对？变成大红的颜
That's
色了。
green.
再来一次。
I thought it was kind of
3
blue.
叶七，
That's yellow. That's
变
Kayla's
成
and
你自己的颜色
Stell.
了。3叶七，
Eh?
杨生的颜色吗？
Honey?
星辰粉碎的样子应该是
Oh, the black holes. I see.
我明白了，这个魔法需要和你一起完成，要拜托你大声喊出我的名字。准备好了吗？3、2、1， 3叶七，3叶七，
I don't know how to say it. March 7.
3叶七。
Itsuki Danoka.
3月7乘客，你有看
Is
到
that Pom
我
Pom?
扔的控制器吗？我找不到它了，怕。啊，我不是，我没有，都是魔法的力量。刚刚发生了一些小意外，现在让我们回到演出。
I love how they also recorded audio for her footsteps on the stage.
啊，大家准备好了吗？
That's actually insane detail. That's so cool.
内场的开拓者准备好出发了吗？
Yeah.
看台的开拓者准备好出发了吗？全体星球列车的开拓者准备好出发了吗？好嘞，那就让我们一起星球列车出发！
The way. No. Oh, that is making me dizzy. Oh, stop. Stop that camera. Okay, cool. Interstellar journey! Oh my god, I miss going to a concert in real life. It's been so long.
是不是我命运的刻意安排？已经终点上却永远渺小，犹如尘埃。奔跑的心跳声，追踪你的神态，告别过去，一场
That was Locha.
列车的轨迹将一剑刺揭开。
Whoa.
却说往日已不再。
It's now uncouth. What a word. 哦 that's what I know. Oh, the auto-tune is really strong. look here at work. You're just here to say hi. Hello. I'm just chilling here, so I'll be here for like 2 hours. The concert seems to be 2 hours. So have fun at work. Thank you for dropping by. Yay, it turned to our colors again! Star Rail Live. Oh, is this Dunhung? Or is it Jingyun? I'm really not very familiar for, for the demos of the characters, so I have no idea what I'm looking at. I did listen to some of the songs earlier though. It's on my Spotify, it's on my playlist. What is that sound? I thought it was somebody banging on my door. Is this the clearest that we can get it? Okay. Oh, I know this song. Oh, it looks like a planetarium. It looks so good. I want to go to a planetarium. Oh, that is sick. I didn't know there were lyrics to this. I know this song only because I added it to my playlist when I was going through the music, through their album. I don't know whose song it is though. I like it. I think it's called Freestyle or something. I low-key kinda wanna see the chat. What are they saying? Oh, it's Silver Wolves. I see. Okay, cool. Silver Wolf, Silver Wolf. Cool, 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 cool. I should watch all of the trailers and demos of the characters someday. Oh, her hair is so cute. Combo. Oh, that guitar riff. I love it. Oh, I didn't know it had this breakdown. What the fuck? Oh, that's actually nice. I like it. I like this song too. I think this is expert tutorial for Topaz. What does the chat say? It is Topaz and Numby. I love it so much. It's one of the music that I really like. And I didn't know it was for Topaz. I was kind of disappointed when I found out it was for Topaz. That it was Topaz's theme. Because when I finally met Topaz in-game, I kind of didn't like her. But now I kind of warmed up to her. I may or may not try to get her on her rerun. But I really fuck with this music. Is there a way to like have the chat also somewhere on the screen while I have it in a big screen and full screen? I don't know. Any player theater mode. Dare, dare. Is that sample? Is that what is that? No, those are the enemies. Oh my god. No, I want to hold a concert too. That is scary. What is this song? I don't think I've heard it. Oh wait, no, I know that song. It is the one for the swarm, the true stings. I feel like they're the most annoying bosses in the game. Like, they are so annoying. But since I am somewhat of an imaginary main, it's also pretty fun to fight them, but they are very, very annoying. The drums kind of reminded me of Magia, like Calafina. I love this song. Come with me, take a journey. We will see. Come with me, take the journey. This is what I have on my parlor card, by the way, in game. Oh my gosh! Am I tripping, or am I hearing the other Trailblazers in the Oh, they're backing vocals. Okay. For a second, I thought it was the audience. It would have been cool to have the audience do the oh. That's magnificent in his suit. So pretty. Awesome, awesome. What's next? Is that Pom Pom?
各位开拓者，晚上好！
Hello.
终于轮到我，星穹列车的列车长。
It is I, the conductor. Oh, the way he bounces. You are so perfect,
在
Pom
上台
Pom.
前，我和
My
三叶
beloved
乘客
Pom
打呼
Pom.
各位开拓者一定会热情欢迎我的出场。
Oh, for
现
sure.
在听到大家的欢呼声，本列车长真是太感动了吧！
Oh,
啪啪啪啪！接下来还有更
I
多
love
精
you,
彩的
Pom
演
Pom.
出
I love you, Pom Pom.
都开始激动了吧？各位开拓者，请回座位坐好，跃迁即将开始，请大家做好准备。5、
Hell yeah.
4、3、2、1，
Son.
战士
Uh,
亚利洛6号。
yay. I hope they play Embers. I really like that song. Oh my god! That's not Embers, but I think it's part of the theme stuff. Or is it Embers? Well, whichever it is, it's one of my favorites. No, I think this is Embers. I really like the whispers here. I really am curious about the lyrics. Those are Gucci earrings. I find. Oh, that is so cool. What is that? Those are the trash cans! The lordly trash cans! What? No! This is our Star Rail all along. This is the real Star Rail. This is the end game. The lordly trash cans. So what I really like about Belobog is like the frozen planet, right? And then most of the titles of their music that's in Belobog is related to fire. So that there's like embers, and then like the climactic song Wildfire, which is also their rebellion, their organization thing. That's so cool. Hell yeah. What is this? Oh, she is so cool. That girl with the keyboard. Oh, it's Sede. The Star Rail Phantom. Or Sea of Butterflies in English. I'm sorry, she's so cool. She looks so amazing. And kinda, yeah. Disappear. How's that line go again? Disappear among the sea of butterflies. Destination arrives at dawn. I don't think I know this song. No, wait, I've heard it before, but... Oh, they're the miners! They're dressed as the miners, I think. Oh, that is so cool! Dark.
Yeah.
Wait, I think there's an English version of this song. Because I'm trying to recall where I heard it. I mean, for sure, I heard it somewhere related to Star Rail, but I can't remember which particular video or ad or whatever. Rules can't shake me. I think that's how it goes in English. Something something. I really hope there are Penacony music, cause I'm gonna be real sad if there isn't. Are we warping to Xianzhou? Or is there going to be a segment for warping every time? There's probably more of like, there should be wildfire somewhere here. Oh, we are about to fight Bukolia. Is that the robot thing? The engine of Origin? If I remember right, it's been a while. He looks really cute. I have no idea where you can hear this song. Oh, is that? I am so confused. Who is that? Is that? Who is that? I'm going to consult with the chat. Oh, here it is, here it is, here it is, here it is! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I love this song. Wrapped in by wind, hearts will never bleed, frozen and banished out of greed. Oh my god. This is the first time I am actually seeing the actual real lyrics to the song. Within this bleakness, the fire spawns a shroud in this storming world somehow. Awesome, awesome, awesome song. we all love a rebellion song. I think it's actually really, really cool. This song is very iconic because it was like the very first taste of moving song experience or moving music experience in game. It was really got us a brain. Kind of like funny though, because they say and seize the sword not to kill, but they go ahead and kill Cocolia. Tell that to Cocolia. That is so sexy.
Forget about the rules.
It sounds awesome live. Like he sounds exactly like the studio version. All I can think about whenever they say not to kill is that Cocolia is dead and I can take it seriously. But it's so good. The song is so good. And also when they say Blade, I think of Blade. Like Blade, Ren, the character. Oh, we are gonna warp!
看了这么多精彩的演出，让我们稍作休息，来到激
Take a
动
break.
人心的
Look, it draws? What? What do you
接下
mean?
来，大屏将随机出现幸运观众的座位号。
What?
每位开拓者能够获得本列车长。
Where's Gacha in my Gacha concert?
让我们尽情期待吧。
What?
好，大屏幕开始滚动。
What are they gonna win? Oh, what the fuck? Are they gonna... Do they get to bring home... I don't know. Wait, what? It's a 5-star! That's the sound of a 5-star.
内场第2区5排2号。
What's that mean?
让我们恭喜这位开拓者。
What 5-star did you get?
第1位幸运观众。
What?
愿开拓的幸运祝福永远伴随着你吧。
Oh, he's so bouncy. Wait, why did I suddenly lose audio? What's... Huh? What happened to the audio? Am I tripping?
开始滚动。
Oh, okay, it really cut off. Okay. Probably like technical difficulties from the live stream. Ouch! Oh my god, that's so loud. Ugh.
随着大屏幕上的座位号不停滚动，本列车长都开始紧张起来了吧？看台104区20排16号。
2016. What did they win? Can you tell me? I'm curious and nosy.
那么， 瓶再次开始滚动。哪位开拓者能获得最后的几粒奥尼？让我们拭目以待吧。
Speaking of 5 stars, I actually got Jepard yesterday.
第一区13排22号，恭喜这位开拓者。那么接下来
What is
就让我
going
们继续欣赏
on?
精彩的演出吧。下一站是仙州罗浮。
Oh, we are now in Changzhou Luofu. So there's gotta be Samudwartha. That's about it. That's the only song I know. It's like a slowed down Samudwartha. Oh my gosh! Dunhan? Can we have a Dunhan on screen? Is that real water? That's real water. Wow. Are they gonna part the water in Dunhan's Dunhan? Oh my god, I'm getting goosebumps. That's crazy. Oh my god! Oh, that is so cool! Oh shit, the goosebumps! They are real. I'm sorry. Damn, that is awesome as fuck. And I really love his voice. He has a really handsome voice, but oh my god, what the fuck? I have actual real goosebumps. That's insane. I fucking love this song. Using agony to reforge me, that is insane. Oh my god. Oh my god, I kind of want to cry. I really love Danhang so much. It's so pretty. Oh my god, it's so pretty. It's so fucking good. That is so pretty. Oh my god. He has become God. He ascended into an aeon. That's insane. He sounds so good live as well. That is so clean. The vocals! It's so good. And what is he, Danhang? I miss Danhang. Danhang, thank you so much for making me return to Star Rail. If it weren't for you, and I guess a bit of Locha, I wouldn't be playing the game again. I think, maybe, who knows? Oh my gosh. That is so good. Oh, so beautiful! What? Are they on the platform? And it's rotating. It's actually rotating. That could feel so disorienting. The pretty ladies. Not gonna lie, I don't think I know where this is from, but it's good. What is that? Are those... Is that a blade I'm seeing? Oh my gosh! Oh Hell, that is hot as hell. Holy fuck! Oh my god, women! Oh, is this Jingliu's theme? Probably is, because that's her ult. And there's the blindfold. Oh my god. That is insane. It looks so good. I used to really love this kind of aesthetic because I grew up. My mother, she's like, she's a weeb, but not in the Japanese, not in Japanese media. It's more of a Chinese thing. She really liked Chinese movies, so I kind of grew up watching some. I really like this aesthetic. Wait, is this Blade? Is this Blade's theme? I kind of fuck with Blade's theme. I like this. God. This part is so good. It's actually so good. Pew pew lasers! Oh no, he got stabbed by Dan Heng! And then I want the laugh. Oh, I can't see shit. Hell yeah! Fuck, that's... Oh my god. I love crazy people. Well, not in real life people, but characters. Oh! Oh! That would be so amazing to see live. I wish they would do a world tour for this. Fuck, that is so good. Insane. Oh, what about that Hung? What about Invibitor Lune? I know we got Tablet Dwarfa, but... Wait, is this it's Jing Yuan, is it? Or is it one of the shorts? I'm a fake Star Rail fan. I don't know like half of the songs. But there was a line, so it should be Jing Yuan, right? What does the chat say? The chat is gone. Never mind. Where is the chat? Shit. Okay, it's cool though. I really like the drums. That's really epic. Or I think it's also just the general battle theme in Xianzhou. Danheng? Danheng? Fentilia? Gaming! No. Oh, that's so adorable. Oh, that's so cute. Danheng is lonely. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. Oh, is that the song from earlier? Hello, by the way. Welcome to whatever this is. This I'm just chilling. Also, why is Danheng lonely? I hope he isn't, cause I love Danheng. Okay, I kind of like this song. I have to find that in game. Oh, that is. I always get nervous when I see people do this kind of stunt because it seems, it looks, I mean, it is hard for sure for the untrained, but I don't know, for some reason it makes me really nervous. Like, any kind of accident for this kind of stunt could hurt a lot, I think. No, they bought the entire Chinese talent. So they're just showing off everything cool. I really want to see it live, like for real live. Oh, this is, I think this is Wolf's theme. I have it downloaded. I have it on my playlist. I really like it. Oh wait, that's Tail! Oh, that's so cute! Oh, I love Tail! I really love Tail! Oh my god, that is so cute! What? Oh my gosh! That's one of the best things to happen in this concert. He's so small though. Why is he so small? I can't speak. Oh my god, his face. Amazing. Best. Like literally, I took like the favorite characters for Star Rail. The sorter thing from Tumblr. And somehow, like after everyone, like all my rank 1 favorites, Astral Express, Adventuring Ratio, all that people, after Argenti, it was Tail. I don't know how that happened, but apparently I really like Tail. Who is this? The General! The Shogun! Shogun-sama! Is it? I'm not familiar with the Chinese voices, so I can't tell. That should be Qingyuan, right? Is it Tingyun? Is it Fantilia? Oh, it's Fantilia. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I love how they just show the people that Japan could never.
这剑幕仙迹确有化身在藏的力量。越纷扰的世界，越有毁灭的价值，不是？
He be walking real slow, taking his time. Just how big is the stage? Cause suffer humble, turn on one another. What you will with your own hands. I also quite like this song. Really awesome. Also kind of reminds me of some of Kajiura Yuki's compositions for what do you call this? What's its name? Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicles. So good. That is making me kind of dizzy, not gonna lie. But it's great visual. They're smiling. Oh my god, can we kind of stop with the camera shakes? It's kind of making me dizzy. Oh boy. Oh wait, I can't look at it. I'm making me motion sick. No, stop! Whoa, Quintilia! I fucking love this part. So epic. Shit, that's so good. I'm an idiot. I had to idiocy playing in the background in a really, really low volume. Apologize for that. And it's been what? It's been an hour. Really sorry. But yeah, it's fixed now. I muted it. Oh boy, that makes my head hurt, not gonna lie. All of the shaky camera effects earlier. That is the sound of summer. What is this? It's yellow. It's our color. Oh? Oh my god, they're like an actual full armor. What? Hello? Or skillful sleight of hand. Oh my god, is this his Chinese voice? Oh fuck. Oh my god, so good! Glory to the Shanjo! Oh my god, General! Oh, Jingyun! He's so big! General, you're huge! Shogun, you're huge! Oh, why is it blue now? And then it's yellow. And then Radiant Spirit. Ah! Oh my god, I got stabbed by the Lightning Lord. That's when you pull a 5-star from Genshin. What is this crossover? Jingyuan pulled a 5-star. Is that it? I want to see more of him. Give him back. What is that murmur?
接下来，让我们把舞台留给几位多才多艺的开
Talented
拓者。
Trailblazers.
听说他们可是带着原创歌曲来的。
Oh my god. Is it time for Funny Bone?
几位开拓者
Is it time for Funny Bone? Oh my god, my goosebumps. It hasn't even started yet. Please be Funny Bone. Please be Funny Bone. It is Funny Bone. I love this song so much. Shit, it's so fucking good. The animation, the composition, the lyrics, the vocals, the music. It's perfect. It's one of the most perfect like fan works I've seen in like my entire life. Insane, actually insane. Shit, I'm so happy for them. Oh, I'm so happy for them. They really deserve this.
I hear that it never gets old. Lay your hand on that face. I wanna scratch, I wanna turn, or treat it with grace. If that's my desire, I'll never misplace. When I'm burning in the line of fire. Sound, not caring the world for the just enjoy it. Toast to the ones who join. Round of applause and let's rejoin. On the path that many won't take, they say that's risky. We say wait. Think of death and dangerous. One bit guilty, laughing. When the punchline dies, it hits my funny bone. Always get the last laugh on a running joke. The joy of the creation on the path that has made us. This upside down frowns we live in every day with. Just like amuse you, I'm a fool. I'm a fool.
They're actually a huge part of why I took a second look at Zambo. I'm not really a big Zambo fan. I mean, he's fine. I don't hate him. But when I saw this in Hoyo Fear, I was like, fuck? That's Zambo? So cool! I really wish they get commissioned for more mask pools content. I feel like they have a good grasp of how the mask pool would feel like. And this was even before Sparkle was introduced. It was so good. Ooh, not too familiar with that song, but it was really good.
感谢开拓者的精彩演出，那就让我们前往下一站——匹诺康尼。
Oh my god! Oh my god, Penacony! I legit choked. Oh my god! Oh my god, Penacony! Oh, Clocky!
我是钟表小子，欢迎大家来到黄金的时刻。
Oh my god!
让我们一起施展钟表把戏，把好情绪带给所有的观众吧。
Oh my god! What is that supposed to be? I hope they like get all of the sadder songs out of the way and then we finish with White Knight, which is arguably, it's also kind of a sad, depressing song, but you know, it's upbeat, it's nice, so. The stage! It's so good. Okay, it's just the overworld songs for now. Cool, cool, cool. There's more water! Oh, it's Soul Glad! What is that? Is that a piano? Oh no, I think this is the Robin singer. Why? Why start? Well, I did say start. Let's get all of the sad songs over with. No, is she getting on that platform? Oh, she is.
叮当，弦乐大典即将开始，下面有请。
But it's not 2.2 yet. What do you mean? It's about to start.
With
Oh, they're actually raising her up. And what is a random billboard doing? Drifting in space. Oh, that's pretty high up. Is it a word or a world? No, the rooftop. Aww. I thought she sings the primal light. It's bright moonlight. All this time I thought they were singing to chase the primal light. You learn something new every day. The bright moonlight. Okay, the bright moonlight. That makes sense. That makes more sense. I don't know why I didn't question the primal light. Because it somehow makes sense as well. Sway to my beat in Cosmos. Wait! Is this one of her Robin's unreleased songs? It is. I wish they gave her like some kind of angel wing accessory. Like they could have put some kind of feather accessory on her head, on her hair. They actually made a pre-release performance. Cool, Robin. Okay, so for the themes, for the character themes, I would love to hear your color and I guess monodrama.
这时候就要轮到我和我的好朋友哈努兄弟出场了。接下来就请欣赏我们的精彩演出吧。
When I hear Hanu's theme, my hide reflex goes off, and it makes me want to hide. That's a big Clocky. Clocky, you're huge. Oh my god, here it is, here it is. Is it White Knight? Is it... I feel like White Knight is really going to be like the show ender, the main event. I don't
这
know.
位浑身盔甲、来势汹汹的朋友，你是来帮
I'm
助我的
posing
小子
friend.
一起对抗石头老板的吗？就
What?
让我来看看你有什么本事吧。
What? What are you talking about? Is this sound? Oh! What? 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 It's Sam! What? Oh wait! Oh wait! He's really there! Oh my god! Oh, he looks so cool! Oh, that's Sam! Alright! Oh! I wish they put on some smoke effects. Oh, that's so cool! That looks like Tokyo Ghoul! Oh, he's like timing it with the fire effects. That's cool. Oh, he's about to burn me! I don't know. It's kind of funny when you think of it as Firefly inside the suit. Firefly, what are you doing? Oh, there's the smoke. Oh, it's so cool and also kind of funny. I don't know why. Oh, that looks like the Hersher of... I forgot her name. The Void! Hersher of the Void alt. Insane. That was Sam. I was kind of speechless for a moment. Like, oh, that's Sparkle! Oh! Monologue! No! Monodrama! Monologue! I really said monologue, oh my god. Why aren't they wearing fox masks though? They look like Persona people. Not that I know how people in Persona look like, but where's the DJ? I want to see the DJ doing the DJ stuff. The girl in black is pretty. She has pretty eyes.
刚刚我会吓到了，我会吓到了。什么是欢愉？三、二、
Oh, I kind of like Sparkle, a Chinese Sparkle. That was really cool. She sounded cool. What is my dog yapping about? Tomorrow never comes. They say that tomorrow never comes in the dreamscape, but they also have it set. wait, night. They have it set to like to sync with the real world time. So let's hope with that. Yeah.
To show me your fantasy, no past and no future. That's what I need. The groove takes it over.
What is he wearing? It's kind of looking a bit plain. Oh, Venturi! Take me away! I skipped to the best part? Hello, Mental. What? Hi, hello. I didn't skip anything. What do you mean?
You take me higher, take me away. Oh, be my savior, take me away. Sing it with me, everyone. I don't wanna
Be alone tonight.
oh, bring me to the other side. There's no one else left for me to lose. Going to the other side.
It's fine. Aventurine's fine. He's on the other side, but it's fine. Why did the peacock cross the road to get to the other side?
There's no one else left for me to lose. Going to the other side, other side. One more time. I don't wanna be alone tonight. Oh, bring me to the other side. There's no one else left.
I really don't understand why his outfit is so simple. Like everybody else is all dolled up. Like no hate to him, but Ray forever in your lights? I thought it was in your eyes. I'm discovering new lyrics today. There's a lot of new lyrics that I'm only finding out right now. Didn't get the dress code memo. Yeah. Kind of weird, but is it done? Aventurine? Oh, what is that? Acheron? Mocha? What are they shouting? Encore? Oh yeah, yeah, encore! Sunday, yeah, Sunday! Sunday, chicken wing boy. I can't make out what they're shouting. We cooking him to no, don't cook the Sunday. Don't cook the Sunday. Well, I mean, I would eat him, but no need for cooking. No. I don't think they played any of the character songs for Penacony. I wanted. Oh, wait, they did monodrama. I called it monologue earlier, but I wanted to hear your color for Acheron. What is that? What does that mean? What's that sound? Oh, that cough though. Oh, Papa! Baby! Oh, he's bouncy! He's so cute! Do we have more? Do you have Sunday? What do you have? Why are you facing back from the audience? Wait, is he gonna dance? What is that? What? Are we logging in? What are we doing? Are we logging into the game? This can't be the last one, right? This is me. We're already going back to the train. No, I want more. Oh, they really said it's time for your dailies. Where are we headed? Where are we warping? Why did we leave Penacony? I need pom-pom camera. Why is it? What is he pom-pom? Oh, he's scuttling over. What is he doing? He's bouncing. Hello, put the camera on pom-pom. Hello. Okay, that's cool too, but can I have a pom-pom cam? Pom-pom jiggles and he dies. So cute. Oh, the pom-pom fan service. He's just going from edge to edge and then bounty bounce. Oh, oh. Pom-pom is the most beautiful creature in the cosmos. Oh, I got Mars, I got Dan Heng, I got Welt. I don't got Himiko. I got Bronya. I also have that guy. I also have Farah. Said I have her. I have Jing Yuan. I have Yukong. Bailu I have. Who's that? Oh, Fu Xuan. I don't have her. Lucha! Natasha. Blade. I have you. I don't have that blonde kid. I have Fen. I have that. I forgot his name. What's his name? Japard. Oh, it's Robin. Was it Robin? Was it Arlen? Oh, look at me. I know everyone. Blue Hill. Herda. Is that Hanya? I have her too. I hate Hook. I'm sorry, I hate Hook. But I used her before. But I was so desperate for a fighting unit. Oh, it's really the end. Oh, Metric! Oh, I'm sorry. Sunday splash art, Sunday chicken wing boy, Sunday is somewhere over there. Yeah, that's the Sunday splash art. Yeah, that says Sunday. I can read Chinese. That says Sunday. Wow, can't believe he's playable. Amazing. No, what is he doing to Pom Pom? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, yay! Can confirm that says Sunday. Yeah, I'm fluent in Chinese. I'm not, but I am. Pom Pom! Yay! I really love that guy's voice. So cool. The Samudwartha singer. Also, actually, Robin's voice also isn't half bad. I mean, it's not. It's actually good. I think I kind of like her live better than the studio version. Oh, was that it? No! Sunday. Yay! What is this? Oh! Oh no, that's it! Is that really it? No. Chevy did amazing. Okay, I kind of want to read the comments because it's always fun to read the comments. Where is it? I think we can all agree that Sam just. Yeah, Sam! I didn't actually expect that. For Acheron, yeah, I did. I don't know why they didn't include Acheron in Adventurine's themes. Genuine. The genuine appearance earlier was so random. Like, why didn't they do that for the other? I can't remember if they did any character appearance for Bellabog. I don't think they did, but we had Jingyuan for Shanjo Lofu, and then Sam for what do you call it? Penacony. Funny Bone. Kafka Wildfire. Oh, wait, here's the set list. Oh, it's not. Okay, disappointing. Superior. I would have thought Serval would appear. Yeah. Okay, here. So, wait. Why people. Where's that one guy who always. Oh, there you go. Eh? I want the set list. Did anybody post the real set list? Okay, people are just posting their faves. Well, that makes sense. Okay. Well, that's really good. That was really nice. The random Jingyuan, though. And he didn't even do anything. Like, Sam, at least Sam was like, you know, doing the fire whoosh whoosh thing. Jingyuan was just. I mean, March at the start. March at least was like doing March stuff. He just stood there. Yeah, it was just he walked, and then he took a long walk, and then oh, never change. In general, where are you? Want to see him again? That's Wildfire. We're getting closer, I think. 124. How do you know that so fast? Oh, this part is really super cool, though. I wish they added the laugh for that part. That was the best part. It's in the comments. Makes sense. Like the build up, like even before this appearance, he was walking for a good minute. Like the build up was there. It was just like, hi guys. Why am I even trying to roast him? It was just funny. Okay, I don't even know how to. Well, yeah, he's there. Okay, hi, General. Hello. And then he says something about, I don't know, war stuff, Cloud Knight stuff. The gap at the bottom. Yeah, it's Shanjo stuff. Yes, hell. Well, I guess there really isn't anything that he could do because he's a general. Okay. And then there's the lightning lord. Oh. Then you get a Genshin 5-star. Cool. General pull the 5-star. And then I want to see Sam again because that was so cool. Zhongli's ult. Actually, you're right. It is Zhongli's ult. Well, Sam is gone. The concert's done. And then Pom Pom said, I need to do my dailies. Oh my god, I need a Pom Pom at home. Oh. Oh. Oh, Pom Pom, I love you. I love you so much. Okay, well, that's done. I did 2 hours of Honkai. Star Rail music. Super fun. And now we proceed with our Star Rail dailies. $73 for a Pom Pom doll? Is that like the huge doll? I would buy it. Is it already on sale? I want the Pom Pom doll and like the hoodie thing. I don't know if it's a hoodie or a onesie. But I would definitely buy a Pom Pom doll. I'll buy Pom Pom everything. Pom Pom is life. Dress up doll? I can't figure out how to order from China. Oh, 4K. Great, great, great. I actually do not know what to do. Okay, well, I'll do that. How many hours do we have left? Okay, in 5 days. Cool. Oh my god, and my resin is maxed out. Okay, cool. Well, you know what? I should probably try for this set this time. Rank which one? Rank the relics? Kick. Oh, why? No, why? Well, in terms of what? In terms of cuteness? Billboard. I mean, between you and I think you're the bigger billboard enjoyer. The billboards are fine to me, but I don't really have like a significant opinion for the billboards in terms of everything. Well, Pom Pom is the rank 1, and then the Kit Kat, the critters, they're really cute. And then the last one is the origami bird. Oh, well, that's the third one, and then the last one will be the billboards. I don't find them particularly cute, the billboards. They're fine, but yeah, I think you can already tell how we react to Pom Pom and the cats. And then I like the birds. I think they're cute, but not really like, oh my god, they're so cute. I don't know, do I react like that towards the birds? I'm not really sure. Wait, how about you? How would you rank them? You agree with my list? Yay! Disappointed with the billboard part? I don't know. I don't really have much of an opinion for the billboards. They're just there. I guess it's fun when I can lure them into the streets and then like kill them. But in terms of cuteness, they're all right. Can I borrow? Can I borrow? We need wind. Can I see your black swan? Oh, what about you? Oop. Why is everybody using tempo? It's tempo again. What is this light cone? Increases the wearer's effect hit rate by 40. Oh, okay. How can you not swoon over their goofy run? Well, that is cute, but like compared to Pom Pom and everybody else, and I'm like a cat person, even though I have a dog. Huh? Am I tripping? Why does everybody have sample? Did nobody pull for her light cone? Is her best free to play? I I mean, I kind of get that now, but did nobody actually pull for her light cone? Or is it like better than her S1 light cone? Interesting. Okay, well, I'll grab this one then. I don't really know how she works. Okay, while that's being auto battled, I'm gonna take a really quick bathroom break. Give me a second.
全てを失うかはたまた手に入れるか
動じないで最悪の誓い礼儀がなってない頑張って答え見つけてごらん協調よみんなそこで深淵を迎えよ
好きに使ってくれ
Probably saving for Sparkle instead. Her banner was right after, I see. Well, I was under the impression that Black Swan was one of the more popular banners because of her design. She's like, you know, Black Swan. But yeah, I didn't pull for her either because her design reminds me of Aponia from uh what's it called? From Honkai. Uh like not Star Rail, Impact Third. And I like Aponia's design more than her, so I was like, she's kind of meh. HP defense. Hello, crit damage. Come up there.
見つけてごらん。
協調よ。好きに使ってくれ。すべてを失うか、はたまた手に入れるか、買いだ。気をつけて。
動じないで。最悪の誓い。
Ooh, that hurt.
一発ド派手に行くよ。頑張って。
Wait,
見つけてごらん。
why is she buffing the Yoimiya? What's her name? Knifen.
皆そこで深淵を迎えよ。
Well, I'll be honest, I don't really know how DOTs work anyway. But alright. Wait, HP crit rate, HP. Oh wait, this could be good. You want the crit damage for the sparkle? Attack body. Heal. Wait, what is the date for the patch? 5 days from today. Today is May 2nd, so May 7th. Okay, now she's buffing Black Swan. $63 attack. Wait. We need more crit damage. Crit rate. I want a faster clear. What if we just use Acheron? That should fix everything. Right?
全てを失うかはたまた手に入れるか買いだ
涙触れて溢れる
532k. Where's your she? Yeah, I have Raiden A in Genshin. I also have a couple of Raiden Mei battle suits in Honkai Impact 3rd. I also have Scaramouche in Genshin as well. I think that counts for a Raiden Mei variant. So I kind of have a lot of Raidens at hand. My Akron is going to be 718,000. Insane. HP. Okay, 2 more runs. Now I'm definitely gonna pull for her on her rerun, but I need to E6 Aventurine and Sunday first. And probably also Locha someday. You don't know. You don't know what.
好きに使ってくれ全てを失うかはたまた手に入れるか
Sexier boys will be released. Well, that's partly true, but like I've been playing Genshin a hotter Sunday, Monday, and then I'll eventually have to complete all of the days in the week. I'm fine with that. But this is actually the first time that I dedicated myself. Like, I've been telling myself I will eventually get more constellations for my favorite characters in Genshin. And so far, I've only really went as far as C1 for my favorites. I mean, there's a lot of them, as you mentioned. They keep on releasing not specifically sexier, but like characters I really enjoy. Supposedly my favorite is Tortalia, child, and I only have him at C1, and I've had him since his first banner. That was almost 4 years ago. And there's been countless reruns since then. And every rerun, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get at least another constellation. Because I'm free to play for Genshin. And used to be free to play for Star Rail as well. But I don't know why I started spending for Danheng and Aventurine. Yeah. Who are they at the moment? My favorites in Genshin, there's Sertalia, as I mentioned, and Kazuha, and Scaramouche, and Nivelet as well. Yeah, I also like the Archons. I have them all so far, and crit damage, HP. Ooh, this could be good for Blady. Attack, defense. Okay, I'm out of stamina. And I like a lot of Genshin characters. I also like Farina and Lenny and who else? Okay, I'm good. From Mondstadt. So there's Venti. I don't really like a lot of characters from Mondstadt. Does Dainsleif count? Well, he's from Khaenri'ah. I guess not. Not Venti? Why not Venti? He's a cool guy. He's a god of freedom. Why not? And then for Liyue, Zhongli, that's a given already. Then there's Tartaglia, the honorary Liwa person, the Russian Chinese Russian man in China, and I like Guoba and Xiao. I like a lot of the Animal Boys. He's as bad as Paimon. Not really. I don't know. I enjoy Venti. He's kind of cool. And I also like Paimon, actually. So I love Paimon. And who else? Xiao. What? I like Paimon. She's really sweet. She's our friend. Well, I never claimed that I had good taste, but I do have good taste. Now that you're bringing it up. Hold on. How I can't use mouse keyboard. So, I also like Gaming as well, actually. Like, at first, it's mostly because of his eyes. His eyes are really pretty. Like, he has like a permanent ring-like effect on his eyes. I thought it was really cool. And then now we go to Penacony. Penacony. The prison planet. Actually, no, hold on. Let's start one of the quests by... Help Pom Pom. Pom Pom noticed something weird's gotten into the express, so Pom Pom chased it to the engine room. Come and save Pom Pom! Same eyes as Aventurine. Yeah, actually, now that you mentioned that, like in the commercial for the concert, when he woke up in his pajamas, his eyes, like the blue irises, it's always glowing for some reason. He has more intensity, definitely. Also, that's also like the effect in his trailer. Like the 2D trailer. Or is it the 2D or this? Well, yeah. Pom Pom broke the comms. Pom Pom broke the comms device during Pom Pom's routine inspection, so Pom Pom had to change to a temporary account of Pom Pom's. You are Sparkle. Because... You're spamming too many Pom Poms? No one can get inside. Wow. The little plush was so dangerous. Being exposed so quickly is just embarrassing. Why does Sparkle keep on stalking me? I need to prepare properly for the next time. Please don't come back. This is like the third time that I texted Sparkle, please don't come back. You're really starting to sound like a broken record with that term. Shut up, Sparkle! Okay, you call having fun making trouble. Have you never heard the phrase "a bit of fun makes keeps the mask fool away"? Or to stir up things. All right, I've got things to do. Let me know. Okay. That I've been blocked. Okay. I thought it was gonna trigger. I need to trigger a certain quest for the locked room in the Reverie Hotel. I'm pretty sure it's one of the messages. I just can't figure out which. Or... Is this one? This is a different quest. But anyway, going back, after Leo we got Sumeru. I like Nahida. Then Scaramouche. And Kave! Oh my god, I love Kave so much. And I used to not like I'll hate them. And then, I don't know, he just grew on me. So I'll probably get I'll hate them on his rerun. And I also have Sino in his like signature weapon, mostly just for collection purposes because he was one of the like original characters. Well, not original, but he was one of the earliest characters to be introduced in the Genshin manga. So I had to get him. And oh wait, yeah, you stopped playing Genshin. Or did you stop playing, or did you just haven't played much of Genshin? I can't recall. Um, but yeah, it's mostly pretty men and some sexy. I like Cloud Retainer as well. Family with the bird that became a sexy human now, and that's mostly it. For Fontaine, I like most of the characters in Fontaine. They're also cool. You're right. You really have the talent to be a detective. What are you saying? Okay, we're going to bond with a billboard now. I hope you enjoy this content. I'm done with the detective stuff, friend. Oh no. Farewell, I'm going on vacation at the Blue Hour. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Okay. Oh wait. I thought I was going to continue the quest. I am so confused. Meet a detective with peculiar physical attributes. Oh, that's it? Wait, no. I logged back in a week ago. I didn't get the return request event. Event quest. Logged out. I think you get it if you don't play for at least a month or longer. Argenti. Like, I changed my Trailblazer name to Sunday Somni. Like, it's Latin for Sunday Dreamer. Or Sunday Dreams, I think? I don't know. I'm going through a Sunday phase right now. It's been 6 months? Oh, then you should have it. That's so weird. He has a podcast? I started my daily podcast where I give out compliments. I swear to a rose. Would you like to have a try? Absolutely. Shower me with compliments. Praise my graceful countenance. Shower my soul with compliments. What's going on? You radiate with the brilliance of the universe. Your noble character is akin to stars, adorning the nocturnal expanse. Your presence is singular and matched in its essence. Allow me to bask in the splendor of your beauty. What is it in quotation marks? What did 1004 mean? When you read it in Korean, it's chonsa. It means angel. I don't know. At that time, I couldn't really. When I started playing, I couldn't really think of any username. So I was like, that was the first thing I had in mind. It also fits the theme because it means angel. And then now I'm using Sunday, which is like also angel themed. So I'm also just hoping, really hoping that he doesn't die. I'm kind of scared that he will die in 2.2. So. Ugh. Fits your taste in angelic characters? Yeah, exactly. Allow me to pass. This is getting... Is that all? I'm better at this. Oh, honorable and magnificent. What a wondrous soul stands before me. What? Your heart can touch the deepest of the night sky. What the fuck is that word? Yeah, tantalizing. You were gracefully endowed with your innate valor, unyielding resilience, profound worth, and top potential. You're just saying words. March 7th. March 4th with your grace, for you are simply peerless. Heart. First impression for 1004 was some prisoner number. I mean, yeah, that's one of the reasons why I chose that number because, you know, it's kind of different. It's just some numbers. So people who don't know how to read it or who at least don't know the reference will just think that it's just some hopefully cool numbers. We they need more Argenti events. His unexpected battles were so funny. You know what? I actually do love Argenti, and I'm really glad that I just randomly pulled for him in his light code. I didn't even know him when I pulled for him. I was like, okay, cool. I'll just get him. But he's just genuinely funny and entertaining. Do I use him? Not really a lot. Only when I need physical um ratio. That's I don't want to talk to you. You're kind of I love your ratio, but you're kind of tiring to talk to sometimes. Okay, we're out of text messages from Penacony. I need to start doing this stuff. What? How did I get that sticker? Oh, from the quest thing. Letter from strange woman. Shanjo Penacony. Wait, I was doing a quest before. I forgot what it's called. It was the... Did I finish it already? Oh, this is the one. I need to figure out as well what team I'll be building around Robin for when I get her. Because she wants a follow-up team. And so far I got Aventurine and Ratio. We're in a dream. Oh, here, it's a billboard. This spot is usually quite deserted. I was ambushed. That's your cue to capture them. Hide? Billboard love. What? Oh. Did I just attack the billboard unprovoked? Hide behind here and don't move. Okay, it kind of works. Okay, you can't see me from this particular angle. The loyal retainers who patrol. All of them is good that they're keeping busy though. Busy is good. Good thing Penacony is super safe place. I don't know about that. So safe that you won't even run into danger walking down a dark alley alone. Your Majesty, help, I'm stuck. Hold on, I'll be right there. Herta maybe. Forgetting that she's still in the dire danger. I haven't actually tried Herta. I only know that she goes Kurukuru. Isn't she destruction? Ensure her safety. Okay. Oh, I really gotta walk. Alright, fine. I'm kind of thinking about getting Topaz maybe, but the chance is very low because it's the same time as Robin's banner. Ayo, what is this? Okay, before I do that... Ugh, okay, I'll do this first. Well played by Hoyo. Yeah, they put everything that you need in at the same time, in the same time frame, so can't have forgotten. Even soulless livestock. Well, hold on. So I got Ratio, I got Aventurine, and then Robin. I could probably just throw in Sparkle or Branya, or some other Harmony character. Huh. I don't know. Is that Elite Fan? Calm down, we're executioners, not bandits. What are these names but Swanga? How could she have forgotten everything and live life like nothing happened? After coming to Penacony, she made a deal with the family's upper Ecleon and sealed her past memories away. Don't need them at all. You don't need action advance from them. Well, actually, yeah. I believe Robin already does that with her ult. But I don't have a lot of buffers outside of Bronya and Sparkle. They're all that I ever really use. I'll figure it out when I have Robin. This is more distressing than anticipated. I really do not know what you're talking about. I don't remember what I did. I'm trying to remember the story for this quest. I think this girl, this emperor, is some kind of like a good Samaritan for people. And then I can't remember if her life is being threatened by something or whatever. Please leave now. I can't really remember. I give up. Okay, we're fighting. I can do that. Wait, fuck. What is this team? Where's my dragon? Aw, damn. Okay, I guess I'll do this with Blade. Oh, damn. What is this? Cursed team. Oh, I don't even know. Just do your thing, Blade. I wanted to use the ratio. Like, I finally have a decent, like, an acceptable 4-piece set for him. But then random Shanzhou people showed up for some reason. What's stopping you? I mean, this is probably like the leftover team from when I was farming that one domain Calyx. Don't run, I can still fight. Okay, I'll fight. We'll alert the family. Great night. You will explain once and for all. You really don't remember a thing. What do you want me to remember? Your crimes! Why are you shouting? Can we stop repeating ourselves? I know it's really annoying to do this, but she must recall her own crimes. Oh, she did something bad? The accursed arm of the law. Oh, he's really angry. If it weren't for that accursed justice system, he would be no different from her. Who's her? Who's she? I've never forgotten anything, nor will I. Where were you born? What sort of idiot question is that? I was born in... I was born... I do have some memories. No, plenty of them. I feel like they didn't exist before. I only remember I'm an emperor. But where did I come from? What? How am I? Who am I? Why am I? Those memories were too cruel even for someone like you. After fleeing to Penacony, you asked the family to seal them off. Ooh, you're a refugee. Conundrum. Conundrum. Triggered. I actually reached up to conundrum level 8 or 7 in golden years, and I can't do it anymore. I've been trying for like the past 2 days. All I've been doing was conundrum stuff. What? Yeah, golden years. I'll show you in a bit after this cutscene. That's great. Is it? I mean, actually, it is. I kind of got addicted to. It's great, but I think at my current team situation, that's the farthest that I can get at the moment. I need to farm more. That's why I'm starting to farm for actually for real sets for my units. Hold on. Why? Then at least it'll be clear why these ruffians hate me so much. You should find, you should decide. You shouldn't do that. You decide for yourself. She does not get a choice. The woman does not have a choice. She must find her memories. I should find her memories. She's just being pushed around. Just because you're a good person, okay? People, it looks like Penacony has indeed changed you. Never mind, I'll drop it for now. I don't know how to retrieve them either. It's a dead end. If the family did it, I have an idea. You are from the Astral Express. Oh, it's up to your skills. Help me retrieve. Okay, we already established that. You got any items? What the fuck is that? Try using something that is connected to us. Is this a part? This is a piece of the community center in Pastrack City. What? Like, if you guys know something, why can't you just tell her directly? From a certain ruin. As a reminder to always recall the blood and tears. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's take a quick peek at Goals and Gears. It's been really fun, but I couldn't really advance any further than Conundrum 8. Yeah, that's that's the best that I can do right now. It's been so hard. Like, I always get to the last boss in like the third plane, but I get wiped out. So I gotta figure out how to do stuff. How about you? How's your golden gears? Which dice? Um, Mostly I think. Well, it should say here, right? I've been testing all of these out because I don't really understand what the beacon dices do. Dice do. And then I also have yet to do this. I only did the third difficulty here because I just wanted the reward. And I didn't have time to like read through all of this stuff here yet. But mostly it's been just these for the domains. Conundrum 6, that's already really impressive. Like like the base 5, like the difficulty 5 is already like hell. So I love it. It's all red. It's really imposing and intimidating. So good. Okay. Goodness is where. Okay. I want to find more of the creepy Penacony side stories. I hope this one is creepy.
暇だし何かゲームでもしようか
There's a capitalism strat? What does that mean? I'm not familiar. I heard the food is hella expensive. Once you're ready, please help. Wait, before I do that, I need to change my team. Thousands of fragments? Oh. Okay, let me put ratio. Whether you purchase every single blessings possible. But that still means you have to get really lucky with all of the curios that help you with the cosmic fragments, right? Who do I put here? Why is my Pela dying? Who did this to you? Oh gosh. Okay, I kind of want to use well, but I don't have anything on him. No, not really. Oh, Gallagher. Well, I don't really need you, but just put Bronya maybe. I don't know, just put Bronya and be done with it. Ratio. So pretty. Oh yeah, here is my E4 by the way. Nah, okay. Price of price, essential. But yeah, RNG. Yeah. Hurry and use. Tizo sick. Kick. Price of peace. Enter Emoscape. Wait, we need physical? I'll get physical. Stop standing there in a daze. Why are you small? I'm your most beloved Papsha Empire Princess. Why is your majesty turned into a child? Did I think Argenti was physical? I didn't really think much of him really, but I think so, I guess. Because he's wearing a suit of armor. So I feel like I would assume. It's either I assume he's fire because of the hair or physical. I'm a princess, so you will address me as your highness. Unites risen from common. Your highness? Sealed memory? She's an actual member of the empire? Okay, why? Did you think Argenti was something else? Feels like forever since I visited the city. Fire, he has similar color palettes as Himiko. I guess so. Enter the floor. Wait, this kind of looks like Belawog, does it not? Is this not the same place where we went for flowers in Belawog? Am I in Belawog? Your Highness. Think I'll be happy. No one knows him better than I do. Please wait a moment. Or her anyway. We'll make the discussion of many future matters. Wait, what? Giving him some flowers to cheer him up. Maybe he'll be willing to lift the tax. He's not a child. He's not a child? I don't know what we're doing, but I am. He's not a child, but I am. Those high officials have done this sort of stuff before. Even children have their own weapons. They don't lie, plot, or vie for power. Or at least that's how everyone thinks of them. So when I skip in with a huge bouquet of spindle blooms, crying and wailing to beg him to remove tax levies, no one will think that it's an issue of governance. Okay. If the saints reach that age, His Majesty still refuses, will be excruciating tortures for the silly older brother. Okay. So we go for emotional manipulation. Pretty nice. I mean, kind of makes sense. I don't think it's scary. I don't think it's that gutsy if it's her brother. But it's not really entirely naive either. I don't agree with any of these options. I'll just go with guts. I was born into imperiality after all. Hard to practice. Where's the shop owner? You mistake her highness and flee. What's wrong with you? He's dying! Wait, why is he dying? It's a coup. Your second sister wants to usurp the throne. Oh, he's dead. The brother is dead. The sister killed. Oh, what's happening? A mad woman will exterminate all successors to the throne. Hurry. Oh, he died! Wait, why am I laughing? He died in front of us. Oh no. And stops breathing. Wait, somebody died in front of us. That was so... I don't know, I didn't expect that. Why is it funny? Let's leave this place first. Damn, he just died in front of us and we didn't do anything. Oh, it is in Belbog. Okay. I heard the crown is falling. Get lost. So many people are dying in Belbog. What the fuck? Step aside. There's already a new emperor? What? We just got here. The previous one died like 5 minutes ago. What are you talking about? My older brother was nothing but generous to you. Affairs of sentiment only mean something to people of your age. So you won't return with me. Forgive me for being brusque. Hide behind me. I'm going to Morb. Wait, what? You all can... I'll go for my love ratio. And then he... This is not gonna proc. See, I told you. That was part of the plan.
全てを失うかはたまた手に入れるか
Death by chalk. Love to see it. I'll just see steel. When I think about it, second sister isn't my mother's biological daughter. Never seen eye to eye. the authority of the Empress Dowager's clan will be greatly reduced. I'm encountering a lot of words that I cannot read. Let's find a car. Why do you park the car so far away from the florist? I think it was my terrible idea to drive less, walk more. Let's go. What? I can't speak to her. Oh, okay, so like it's a totally different, separate map for her memories. Okay. Oh, she follows me. That's so cute. We need to have a pet in Star Rail. What's going on here? What? I wanna... What? I thought I could outrun the guard.
優しくするね。
Ratio, go!
僕が質問テスト
Why? Why won't you do your follow-up?
役目を果たします。準備は口ない。あの光、空にある美しさを守り抜く。
いい子にしてね。
Let's do Argenti.
バラに近いよ。
Oh, I don't have skill
かくれんぼ
points.
答え見つけてごらん。
消え去れ。
Die! Yeah.
約束された勝利だ
I wanted to check on the people. There are rebels everywhere. Now's not the time to potter about. I want to be nosy. I want. Let me roam around.
あの光、空にある美しさを守り抜く。
いい子にしてね。
Do we get anything special if we kill everyone?
準備は口ない。
好きに使ってくれサイは投げられ全てを失うかはたまた手に入れるか気をつけて
Okay, who else? Fight me, fight me, fight me, fight me.
遊んでよ。
Like, so we won't have to hide if everyone's dead.
消え去れ。
遊んであ
あの
げるよ
光、空にある美しさを守り抜く。
Okay, who else?
された勝利だ
Can we kill these? No. We get nothing? Alright, fine. Take the car and leave. Rallied her army and overthrew my second sisters. I ascended the throne and became the Papsha Empire's emperor. It was disheartening that when I was of age, Empress Dowager passed away and my extended family did nothing to her. My conflicts with the regents became intense and our relations gradually soured. I was fast losing my position as a puppet ruler. It was clear to me that they intended to kill me sooner or later. Okay. And then what? General the Cat. I've known you since I was a babe in arms. You were so heroic back then, but now... Here you are pathetically denying your own crimes. Your Majesty, even if you say that, I did not do it. How is she a Halovian when I should have read this stuff. But you are my blood kin, and I have not the heart to execute you. If you confess your crimes on public broadcast and repent, I'll only relinquish you of your duties and send you home. You're the one who killed them. You committed mass murder and dare frame family for it. You're worse than a beast. I was a puppet dancing in all your hands. How could I ever commit such a brutal deed? I know what you want. You want your power back. You just needed an excuse to purge the loyal servants. You will announce that the fire tragedy was a result of consolidated authority among your relatives, and then you will force the council to pass a vote to reinstate your imperial authority. You were just a baby, you and your father, your elder brother and sister, you're all the same, all beasts of nature. Calm down first? I will end you today. Oh, what happened? Take my uncle home and then summon Lanamar. A young woman named Lanamar enters the throne room. Motions for the retainers to leave them. Okay. Her Majesty is not to do but command me. It is my utmost honor to serve your Majesty. You do not deserve any praise. That I would be the Empire's spy master. Oh, she's kind of pretty. How could I not reward you for such an important mission? Arson is something that is hard to grasp with precision. Great Knight, bring out the wine for her. What? Can I speak with you? No? What's she doing? She's waiting for her wine. Okay. What? She's about to kill the girl. Just pick any glass and bring it to her. Wait. Why is she putting the decision on me? What? Okay, what's gonna happen? If I bring the poison, is she gonna die? Is she... Bring the safe wine? Does it... I'm gonna bring the safe wine. Cause I can't kill her. She agrees with your decision because she trusts you far more than anyone else. Okay, cool. And then she's gonna kill me after this. I thank you for your graces. Allow me then. This wine is amazing. Look. Over the next few months, I used the tax collector extermination as an excuse to eradicate the Empress clansmen within and without the Imperial chambers. I traded 49 innocent lives to restore my own sovereignty. I thought that I would be safe if I just slayed my political enemies. That was what I was trying to do earlier. The more I slew, the more afraid I grew. So her like defense mechanism is kill everyone. It felt as if I had to kill more and more people who opposed my rule. I mean, Grey Knight, I have a matter to entrust to you. Come right now. Where is this? Okay. Do we have any chests here? No? In a plot to overthrow my imperial rule. It's this the whole thing? Did she just like became really paranoid after what happened? They know nothing about politics, treason, or war. I don't want to do this either, but of course, but you can guarantee that when they grow up, they won't hate the one who killed their father and attempt another coup. Oh, she. Even I cannot promise that. Oh, damn. She just be killing everyone. Girl, you need therapy. I've been waiting for you for a while. Once again, the impoverished plot another. Oh, plot. I was thinking plot like not the verb. Another insurgency rallying together in an attempt to overthrow my rule. It's too important to leave anyone else. To anyone else who I'm entrusting you to. She's putting everything on me so that I can be blamed if ever something goes wrong. I don't like that. Can I leave? How much do I get paid for this? Hello? Is known among the common folk. We don't wish to kill you. Why, thank you. If you wish to abandon that villain, we would welcome a mighty warrior who fights for righteousness. We do not fear death either. Leave. You do not wish to break your oath, but neither do you wish to harm the people. I hope you'll one day figure out where your true loyalty lies. Goodbye, Grey Knight. Okay, I'm doing the pacifist run for this playthrough. Where are you, Grey Knight? There are plenty of matters I need you to handle. I can't do it all myself. We don't kill people. We're here to save people. Oh no, it's the same girl from earlier. The Grey Knight has let you live for too. Oh shit, she's still going to die. Did you not know? The Grey Knight has let you go once, but that's not important. What is that he should not have done so in the first place. I served your majesty with all my heart. I've gone through heaven and hell for you. Why would you? No, but you overdid it? What? What does that even mean? When it could have been resolved with peace, you would meet it with violence. When strength was required, you'd massacre innocents? She's just putting the blame on everybody else. Oh my god, she's crazy. When you were in court, the other ministers stand uneasy. Hold on. Oh wait, shit. Sorry. The only apocalypse auto brings is the apocalypse of love in our hearts. Oh yeah, hello. Oh, hi. I wasn't trying to ignore you. I'm sorry, my chat wasn't really loading properly. It's always been a problem with my streams. Really apologize about that, but don't worry. All I understood from that quest is that she's a tyrant. She indeed is a tyrant, but she was being really kind in Penacony. So, yeah, she has real issues. But she's just putting the blame on everybody else. So basically she became really paranoid and she can't trust anybody else aside from us, apparently. I don't know who we are standing for as somebody in her memories, but almost everyone in Penacony has issues. If you think they do have issues, like of all of the planets, it's like the most depressing planet in my opinion. It's been really fun. Also, hello. Since you're about to die, I'll forgive your verbal indiscretion. Your Majesty's going to kill me now? Why are we even having this conversation? Run! Girl, run! With that wine glass, half a system hour ago. That was just an hour ago? I thought it was... Okay. Okay, so she put poison in both glasses. Damn. How do I save everyone? Oh, he is shaking. To have me eat ice cream first and then roasted chicken later. What? Terrified chef, what do you mean? Bro's cold, needs more clothes. Yeah, he's kind of dressed thinly, but also she she has all like the bare shoulders going on. Using ice cream to numb my tongue so I would not be able to taste the poison in the meat. Oh my god. Oh, you think me a fool? I would never do that. The weather was blazing today. Is it though? I mean, there's literally snow falling down. That's why I advised you to eat the ice cream first. It wouldn't be tasty if it melted. Don't deny it, returners. Take him away. I've been wronged. How do I save all of these people? Well, this is a memory, so they're all already dead. Oh, that's kind of sad. I just realized that. I can't save them even if I wanted to. You're finally here. Another batch of Imperial Guards have deserted. They intended to use when they join IPC. IPC has no jurisdiction in the Pupsh's Empire affairs. I don't think so. The IPC has jurisdiction and everything. Okay, what do we have? I knew she would send you. You're different from her in that you can be reasoned with, which is why you should understand what we have to do this. Not just for the Imperial Guards, but for the entire Pupsha Empire. You fight for righteousness, but why would you wholeheartedly serve such a tyrant? She wasn't like that. She was not born cruel. But we are enabling her. No, I don't really want to say that. Certainly, no one is born a brutish beast, but to walk a tyrant's path, one does not need a cruel soul, but a weak heart. You wish to die for blind loyalty, or will you muster your courage and do the right thing for once? Why can I save people? You should leave. Because now... I really should have read this quest because now I don't even know why she's in Yarilo. Actually, me too. I only started, like, really reading the dialogue after I realized that I recognized the florist shop from earlier when we first land in the world. But I kind of breezed through her, like, introduction, her monologue when we entered the world. You made the right choice. Okay, so if we ignore them, they can still do their stuff. But I have a feeling they would just all die in the end. Get over here. You've toiled so long for me. I hope to... Oh, she's gonna kill me. She's about to kill me. Pass down my orders. Execute a saturation bombing on Pastrak City. The uprising has been quelled. What in the world are you doing? 3 rebellions have occurred in that city within 5 years. You want me to believe that the insurgency has been quelled? Cease with your jesting. But it does not belong to them. It belongs to the 4 million citizens who live there. Oops. Do not wish to do this either, but for the Great Papsha Empire, some brutal insurances are required. I hope you understand. Okay, so she's just enough. Men, take this wise, what is that word, thing up to the airspace and toss him out along with the bombs. Oh. I know he didn't mean to conspire, but I'm clear that if I simply release you, I will send a signal to others. I was merely using my own assets to provide relief to disaster victims. How is that wrong? And disaster victims litter the empire, while the whole empire is suffering from a famine. Only your hometown's victims received your kindness. How is this fair to the... Is this really the time to discuss fairness? But the famished common folk don't. They'll think I don't care for them. And that only you do, but I care. I do. Which is why you can't be soothing relief with kindness. He must be the one who declares himself king of the hill, as he prepares his army while the kingdom is weakened. This is why I must kill you. Don't you get it? Imagine trying to reason out why you have to kill a person and expecting the person to just get it. Amazing. She is ruthless indeed. History will judge us all. No, why are you doing this? So I figure she probably just killed, massacred everybody, and then after she became alone, she went to Penacony somehow and asked for her memories to be removed. Do I not even get a treasure chest for all of this trauma? Damn. Wait, what? Oh no, here it is. It's my time. I believe in no one but you, and this is how you repay me. You release those traitors. Oh god. The traitorous army has almost breached this place. If it weren't for you, would they even have had a chance to rise again? I once thought that in this world there was at least one person I could trust. Oh, that's kind of sad. But I can't kill people. It appears that I was too naive. Retainers do it. No! Oh no, I'm dead! Ooh. When the revolutionaries barged into the palace, I had already packed my valuables and fled to Penacony. Yeah, we just died. You're dead. Okay, so after killing everybody, she went to Penacony. I asked the family to seal my past memories, for they brought me nothing but... She's like half self-aware and half not self-aware. In Penacony, I became a renowned, kind soul. Meh. So, like, it's like she's saying if she wasn't traumatized, she would have been really kind. I don't know how to feel about that. What do we do with her? Okay, now I know the truth. Where are we? Eh? What just happened? So you remember everything now. Suddenly starts bawling. Oh no, she's breaking down. I'm truly sorry. I should not have killed you. I did not want to. Why would I have done those things? You really are I don't... You're a beast. This will make things even more worse, but this is the truth. I'm also not the Grey Knight. I'm not the Grey Knight. Why? Why can I hurt her? I should at least tell her the hard truth. Why am I being nice to this murderer NPC? I know you're not, but you two look so much alike. What are you crying about? As if you didn't do anything of those things. We can wait until she calms down. Regaining her emperor-like elegance. Okay. The Old Empire Dissolution Comedy of the Papsha Republic. Okay. We have come to take you back to stand in trial. You've been charged with over 70 war crimes. What? 13.12 million murders? Wait, so she ordered the airstrike for the city with that man, but the man was disagreeing. But he still went with it. Okay, I guess he was being threatened to be killed, and he probably all still got killed. This girl, no. I should have been a little harsher towards her. No, this is terrible. Forget it. There are too many. This is an arrest warrant. It should be just kill on sight. Just take her down. What are we doing? If I return with you, what will you do with me? A fair trial and a lenient judgment. Oh my god, she destroyed a whole world. Probably a small... I don't know. Penacony has certainly turned me back to my old self. I didn't even kill a million of enemies in HSR. She's worse than us. And she already has a kill count of 13 million. Exactly. A good person should be brave to face her former crimes and stoically accept punishment. Well, wait. Okay, so she went to the prison planet. Was she like under the impression that, well, she went to Penacony to have her memories erased. But it also is the prison planet though, originally. So was she like deep down thinking that she should be imprisoned in Penacony somehow? I don't know. You've certainly got some imagination. That's good. I still have a question for you. There's so much good in Penacony that doesn't really matter, and I'm now willing to return to my kingdom to face judgment. Will this atone for my sins? No! You got that right. Atonement? How do you intend to do that? You think the tens of millions you butchered will find peace just because you've apparently made peace for your sins? You think evil will disappear with your death? All a person can do is to pay the price, and you'll pay for it. How can she even pay for it, though? That much is enough. But don't think for a moment that your sins will be erased just because you've made peace. You're not worthy. Elephant is a little overboard. I don't know about overboard. He is right, but it's not overboard. Atonement is a fallacious concept in itself. No matter how much good you perform, your past evils and repercussions cannot be easily forgotten. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. The three of you say your goodbyes and leave the dreamscape. You know that this is your final farewell. Okay. Bye, I guess, murderer. Perhaps she's not really a devil by nature. But Elephant has a point. Even though she has returned over a new... she has turned over a new leaf. Does it matter to those who died by her hand? Maybe I'll be able to get an update on her life when I browse the network in the future. Congrats on fixing Tizo's kick sick. You know, I'm curious if that name is like inspired from a real life genocide person. She is demonic by nature. Well, for sure she's troubled. I don't know about being... what she did was certainly evil. But because she's like, she has a really fucked up mind, I don't think she knows what she's doing because she's really delusional that she thinks everyone is trying to cause her harm. Like, that's definitely not an excuse, but it is an explanation. Hold on. Zo. How the fuck do you? Is that an actual name? Oh, here, hold on. Let me show the browser. Tizok. His name means he who makes sacrifices. He who does penance. So he was the son of the princess. Okay. Oh, some sources suggest that he was poisoned, others that he fell to illness. The first years of the reign. The youngest brother appearing as the primary character, second harbinger of the storm, primarily set. Yeah, there's nothing really much here. So they just really made up all of that stuff. Bro got poisoned. Okay. There's a film. He who does penance. Okay. That's awful. Huh. I don't think we fixed her. But okay. Crime and punishment. And I got 50 jades for that. Amazing. What is the story of a quote-unquote good person? Damn. Okay. I think I'm ready to do the quest with... Oh, wait. No, I'm not gonna do that yet. I kind of want... I'm curious about the quest with the girl that's, like, about to jump off. Pretty sure she's over here. I don't know if I'm ready for this, but yeah, I need the jades. I kind of want to keep her there until so, because I'm not sure if this is actually the quest, and I'm sorry if it's a spoiler if you haven't done it yet. I need the jades. If you've already done it, okay. So I don't really know much about it because I try to, as much as possible, avoid spoilers online. But I've run into a couple of posts. I think this is the one that they are pertaining to. That depending on how you answer or do the quest, she either jumps or she gets saved. The thing about me is that I've done everything. I don't have any more quests or anything like that. Okay, that's cool. You'll be surprised. I still actually have a lot to do. Okay, but I think I'll do it now. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. A female dream chaser stood at the edge of the railing, lost in thought as she gazed upon the flowing traffic below, poised as if contemplating a leap. Please give me your quests. I'll gladly do them. No, the thing is, I left the game for a couple of months. That's why I have a lot of backlog. And as much as possible, I do not like skipping the dialogue. I want to like read all of the things, even if it's just a side story. So it kind of takes me a while. Also, there's work, so I can't really like do everything in one go. And I also am playing Genshin, which has an equally long list of quests and stories and stuff, so it's a lot to process. But I'm trying to get all of the jades that I can. The Aranara quest. Yeah, I already did that though. It was fine. But I haven't unlocked the like the new stuff in Samaro and I believe in Fontaine for Elikino. But anyway, this is Star Rail time. She's about to leap. Nonetheless, ending your life by jumping off a building in a dream is like trying to kill yourself with a balloon. Absolutely impossible. Okay, we get that, Trailblazer, but the thing is, the person is contemplating suicide in front of you. That's still really concerning. Don't take your own life. You'll only wake up from that dream if you... don't take your own life. I'm scared. I'm scared. Well, don't take your own life. I still can't touch that thing. Like, I don't have the... No, I haven't done it yet. Because I want to do it on stream as well, but... like you, I still don't have the energy. Also, all of my attention is on Star Rail right now. Take my own life. Alas, it's a shame that this is nothing more than a meaningless show. Oh. The woman steps back to safety after hearing you. There's no death in dreams. The greatest punishment is to return to the harsh reality. The, the tragedy never concludes, but rather takes on a different form to begin anew. As a detective, I can't believe I couldn't figure it out. What's on your mind? I was just wallowing in self-pity as a loser. I've gone through many things in my life, most of which aren't worth remembering, but some are so infuriating that they leave me shaking in anger in the middle of the night. I gotta hydrate. I've squandered many chances and made the wrong decisions many times. My life is like a pair of muddy boots. It gets heavier with each step I take. Perhaps those things are destined to happen to a detective as incompetent as me. Huh? What are you talking about? A tragedy does not conclude but rather takes on a different form to begin anew. Can we talk? Sure, whatever. Do you often have depressive thoughts? I'm not that weak, though I'm not exactly tough either. Being depressed doesn't mean that you're weak, though. I've tried it many times here, huh? And succeeded, but just like what you said, the worst that happened was returning to reality and having several more rounds of nightmares. Ooh. Reality is way bleaker than dreams. I have the company of wine and poems there, and lack only the courage to finish things up. In the end, this kind of performance neither brings me peace of mind nor undoes the wrongs I've done. Why do you see yourself as a failure? I'm a moralist, the most ludicrous kind of centrist in the world. On top of that, I'm also a lousy detective. I was once a criminal case investigator for IPC's traditional project department, but I've made a huge blunder. In a rescue operation, I accidentally hit the hostage when I was firing at the suspect's feet. Okay, when she said hit, I was thinking like just a physical punch or something, but she shot the poor girl. Oops. It wasn't my intention to shoot her. The car was so bumpy and the opportunity to fire would have gone in a fleeting second. That's some rough hostage rescue tactics. Another kill. Remain silent. I'm gonna remain silent. Because obviously that wasn't a purpose. That's so dumb. Because of that mistake, I lost my job and a little girl was killed. Oh no, she died. Another kill. No. Oh shoot. Unable to forgive myself, I decided to leave the IPC. Well, I mean, you lost your job. But my boss was a step faster. Fast enough to fire me before I could tell them out. Okay. Look, my failure is simply irrefutable. There couldn't be a more incompetent detective in the world than me. I mean, I don't know. After that incident happened, I kept seeing the girl's face. Whenever I stared into the night sky, she was expressionless and didn't utter a word, but she seemed to be confronting me in silence. Why? Why am I still alive when she's dead? To avoid seeing her face, I got real familiar with the bottle. The suffocating feeling would envelop me again once I stopped. I've had enough. The moment I received an invitation from Penacony, I almost fled to the dreamscape immediately, hoping that the place could free me from the emotional distress. Okay. She was a detective, yeah. Then she was fired. And became an alcoholic. It worked in the beginning, when the plethora of entertainment kept me too busy to think about my past. However, as time went on, those familiar sensations came crawling back to me. Now only Soul Glad could slightly numb my nerves and ease my pain. If the bar closes, I'll have nowhere else to go. Let's call it a day? Okay, I'll fix you. Oh, she's so sad. Can I fix you? Smacks her lips. Her previous grief seems to have turned into some sort of desire. I'm feeling very thirsty all of a sudden. So I guess my Soul Glad addiction is acting up again. No. Damn. I need to get a sip or two. Plain water. Hydrate. Water can't compare to the taste of Soul Glad. You got to have Soul Glad when you're in Penacony. Speaking of Soul Glad, she runs her fingers through her hair, seemingly contemplating what to say next. You're a good person. Aww. You too? Allow me to explain. You have a special demeanor that reminds me of my old self. Some label it as meddling, but I prefer to call it as a sense of responsibility. She just indirectly told us that we're really nosy. Okay. Although I won't really die by jumping off the bridge in a dream, girl, you are suicidal. That's concerning. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work in the dream or not. You're trying to kill yourself. You're the first one besides the family who's willing to lend me a hand in a long time. I might really go bonkers after a few more deaths. By the way, I still think I'm almost normal. I still think I'm almost normal compared to the other weirdos here. She's like, we're all mentally ill here, but I'm the best. Come with me to the Soul Glad Club. Let's have a few bottles of Soul Glad together. She's not wrong, but come on. She's like, I'm suicidal, but all of these other weirdos here are like, ugh. Damn. Penacony is the best. Wait, ice cream. Oh, I can't steal that ice cream, okay. Alright, let's get that Soul Glad addiction fixed. Let's go. How come the Dream Jolt troop is here? Why are we standing around? What are you talking about? Oh, that thing. I've heard of that monster, but why is it on the streets? Where are the people from? Where are the people from the family? The bloodhounds. Hasn't anyone noticed it? See that everyone else is oblivious to the monster, just like Clocky. This is a bloodhound family. Isn't going to deal with it. I'll carry out my duty as a detective. Let's enjoy a drink. You should find a place to hide. No one is to look down upon the galactic baseballer. That's great. You can watch my back. Let's go. Oh, they're really angry.
動じないで。
バラに近いよ。消え去れ。
かくれんぼしよう。答え見つけてごらん。
あの光と空にある美しさを守り抜く。
I'm gonna put Danheng back. But yeah.
僕が出そう。
答えてみろ。
Damn, no follow up. Fine.
買いだ。
いい子にしてね。頑張って。
Die.
マイナスだ。
One day my Argenti is gonna be godlike. Oh, you have Argenti too.
ベッド。
I don't really have him built. He just has random like artifacts.
答え見つけてごらん。
消え去れ。僕が質問する。答えてみろ。
Can I get a follow up? Okay, no need. As the battle is coming to an end, the monster transforms into a little girl. Wait, what did we do? Did we just hurt a girl? Also, what is this? What's going on? What are people at the back? What are they doing? Okay, they look like they're having a moment. We just beat up a child. Oh no. Show yourself now, demon. Can a monster from the Dream Jolt troupe turn into human? It's true that anything can happen in a dream. Why are we not surprised? Show yourself? Anything can happen, I guess? Is it really you? Choke with emotion. Something has hit a tender spot in her. Is this her in a small form? In a small form? As a child? No, the hair is different. Oh, it's the dead kid that's haunting her. That she killed. I'm worried about you, seeing you down in the dumps. I'm here because I have something to tell you. I want you to know that I've never held it against you for what happened that day. In fact, I really appreciate you coming to my rescue. Okay. I shot you. It wasn't intentional, but it is a mistake that can be easily brushed off. You could have lived a wonderful life with so many possibilities in your future. It was all ruined by me. You should hate me and call me useless. How come you can still forgive me with such a gentle tone? Oh. You were there to save me. Am I supposed to hate someone who helps me? Everything is water under the bridge now. The murderer has been sentenced, and my family is long grieved from my passing. You're the only one left, detective. Are you going to let an accident in the past stop you from embracing your future? Don't dwell in the past anymore. That too is torture to me. One day our paths will cross again, even though we might not look the same. Are no longer a detective and a hostage, and are no longer... Why do you know about other variants in other worlds? Lou Archer and Noka. Please pull yourself together. Well, it's probably a common knowledge since people travel the cosmos. Anyway, return to your life. Hopefully, this is the last time we meet each other. Farewell, Detective Archer. Oh, she got closure. The girl vanishes in the mist, leaving no trace. Okay, did I fix her? Did I fix her? Are you fixed? It's hard to believe something like this can happen in can take place in Penacony. It might be it might be a special counseling service provided by the family. Why am I so confused? Okay, we're trying. We're trying our best. That girl has forgiven you. I'm really tempted to like choose the dumber options, but I don't want to treat it like a joke either. I want to see the dialogue options for the others. Oh man. But it still feels surreal to me. Should I be happy? Am I supposed to do a celebratory stretch and embark on a new life? Like what the actors in Dream Bubbles always do. I'm really distracted by this girl. She's like, are you okay? Like she's having a moment, this girl is having a moment, something's happening over there. Penacony's not okay. I can't even be sure whether that was the real Nuka, her soul, or merely a figment of my imagination. Can I really let go of my mistake? We can't always live in our past. Blaming yourself is just your way of escaping reality. I'm getting thrown off by my own name. This wasn't my name. Like I only changed it a day, like a day ago. If you want to make up for your mistake, you've got to start by facing the reality. What's done cannot be undone, just like time can never mend the cracks in a stone. Okay, so Penacony is about time and death and stuff. The only thing I can do is to accept reality and live my life well. Although it isn't something complicated, sometimes it takes someone else to say it for it to sink in. That is true. I think I'll always remember that girl until we both return to dust. I guess I finally have some time to have a drink of So Glad. Let's drink to our past and departed friends. I weep for the departed. I fixed her! Yay, the long goodbye. She is no longer mentally ill. What is going on here? They're lining up for So Glad? She's a Pepeshi. I can fix her. She is fixed. She's no longer mentally ill. And she's having a headache. Okay. I kind of wish there was more to that quest, but I'm glad we fixed her. Okay, I want to go back to that guy with the... Oh, ice cream. Ice cream? The guy with the puzzles. I don't know where to find him. It was... I think it's somewhere... No, I don't really know. May she bid farewell to her troubled past. Okay. Cool. I'm glad it was a kinda good ending at least. Oh, that was a ghost. I'm gonna put the dragon back. What else? Let's look for more people to fix. Wait, I still have like a longer quest here. Forthcoming Cosmic Star. Something feels off, but let's go try it out anyway. Okay, I'll go with this one. No, the Cosmic Star. Maybe it has something to do with Robin, or at least we get to know more about the star, the celebrity industry in Penacony. How do I get there? Ah! Wait, tokens, tokens, tokens. Can I buy? Can I buy? Can I buy? Can I buy? Oh wait, no, that's a... Yay! I can buy. Gamba. Okay, let's go for the big stuff here. I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna do a 5 pull and get the humongous prize. Prize, you're huge. Ugh. You're super big, I guess. I got pizza. Cool. Do I have more? Oh, that's it. Art critic. Sometimes I feel like it's just nice to sit back and water, let your life slow down for a while. Yeah, true. He kind of looks like Dazai from Bungo Stray Dogs. Where shall I begin? Leslie Dean. The man before is not noticed your presence. You do not blame him. You find your eyes tracing his chiseled jawline and becoming immersed in the glow of his residual radiance. You almost lose yourself. He looks plain to me. What are you talking about? I was preoccupied and did not notice you there. Are you here for an autograph too? I don't know who you are. You don't know him? How could someone not know Leslie Dean? Is he supposed to be like James Dean? A galactic superstar of Epsilon? Every NPC except Siobhan looks plain. That's true. Well, I kind of dig like the NPC Halobians. They have pretty halos. That's about it. You look pretty grown up to me. You're still not a kid, are you? There's no need to get carried away. The cosmos is vast and we all come from different environments. We will all be exposed to different things in life. I'm merely a regular actor, far from the level of a superstar that can illuminate the entire universe. He's so eloquent. He's so modest. Why is everything going dark, huh? Is he passing out? Please excuse this terrible force of habit. I simply assumed that you were here for an autograph. I would not wish to seem arrogant. Please, okay, you're kind of polite. How can I be sure? How disrespectful. Look at his autograph. No, is he just scamming people? This must be the real Leslie. You are a fake fan. You're a fake fan, you're not even sure. This young lady's right, I was suspicious at first. But when I saw this elegant signature, I was sure. I knew the eons would not be so blind as to allow a rising star to come crashing so down so soon. Human fan. I see you really don't know anything about this. I happen to have a newspaper cutting from the incident. Oh? You carried it on even in your dream? I didn't realize you were that kind of crazy fan. Don't judge fans. Snippet is here. Take a look for yourself. Devastating news. Oh! Cosmic superstar Leslie Dean passes away. Breaking news from the Epsilon E-News. According to reliable sources, the Galaxy-class cruiser, known as the Nebulous and Exploded... Cruiser? Oh, like a ship, but in space? exploded 7 system hours after departing from the Epsilon X United Skyport. The cause of the incident is still unclear. The Epsilon Merchant Guild promptly dispatched. I mean, yeah, don't unless they're kind of, a bit crazy. I mean, yeah, of course. But he's just like a specific fan was just carrying this clipping. So I don't think that's too bad, I guess. I don't know. Surely don't like overstep boundaries. Be a sane person when you're in front of like your idol or stuff like that. Don't harass them and stalk them and all that shit. Um, Promptly dispatched a fleet for the rescue operation, but no survivors have been found so far. Leslie Dean, a rising star in the entertainment industry and hailed as the Cosmic Star, is reported to be one of the passengers. All of us from Epsilon E News express our deepest condolences to the family of the passengers and crew members. Okay. I was gonna say that it kind of reminds me of that thing with the Titanic. I forgot what it's called. Like that submarine that imploded with the billionaires or millionaires. I don't know. Do you understand now? They said that Leslie was gone, but they were wrong. The true Leslie Dean is right here, standing right before our eyes. The Subnautica moment, yeah. But the thing is, people can change their appearances in the dreamscape. So this is probably also just a crazed fan, is what I'm thinking. This is unbelievable. Survivors aren't common. Now that you mention, you should be a logical thinker. You're a robot thing. Mr. Dean, this may be a rude question, but how did you escape the accident? I'm sorry, can't help my curiosity. Fun fact. This is nothing rude about this. There is nothing rude about this, miss. This is not my first time being asked this in a dream. The engine of the Nebulous and cruise ship that I was aboard malfunctioned completely without warning, causing an explosion. How did you know that? Logically, my chances of survival were almost zero. People in that submarine didn't know that they imploded. Like, they knew it's gonna happen, but the implosion happened. Oh, yeah. I read about that. So at least, like, the consolation is that at least they didn't feel hurt or they didn't, like, actually drown. It was really sudden, so... That's crazy still. And I'm not sure if it's real or not, but I've seen some like posts about somebody else still attempting to do the Titanic submarine thing. Just crazy, but I don't even know. They're spending money just to die. Um, Almost zero at that moment. I did lose consciousness. It was a big explosion and he just lost consciousness. I'm not buying that. It was a long time before I opened my eyes again. For a split second I really thought I had ascended to heaven. That was until a kind young nurse from my side informed me that I had survived a terrible accident. Nah, that's not real. This was the moment that I realized that the world around me was in fact real. The submarine was kind of bad. I was told that when the explosion occurred, there was a spaceship named... Okay! The Knights of Beauty? That happened to be passing by Nebula Sound. At that moment, a heroic knight boldly charged into the scene of the disaster without concern for his own safety and search for signs of remaining life. Maybe? Finally, he found me. Unfortunately, I was the only one that he found. As for the many souls that deserve to be rescued, may they rest in peace. Argenti the hero? Yeah. Like the Knights of Beauty, they're sort of like, what do you call, what's Akron again? Galaxy Rangers, but they're more in the Good Samaritan side, right? So, okay, that kind of makes sense, but still kind of fishy. I don't know. I would expect no less. Uh, even the beauty could not allow someone as perfect as Mr. D. You really call that face perfect? Just to leave us that easily. What happened after that? Did you not plan to make a comeback? Could that have been Argenti? Argenti mentioned! Regrettably, though I survived, the accident has caused irreparable damage to my body. Oh. I'm unable to continue with my acting career. What's more, my life under the stage lights has long since exhausted me both mentally and physically. So I simply requested that information be concealed. Okay. That was when someone invited me. I reminded me of the existence of Penacony. In this dream world, I am able to return to my life as the Leslie Dean I was and forget the pain that this tragedy. I mean, the Knights of Beauty are Galaxy Rangers, but they do good deeds just to simp. Yeah, they're like they like the people that knock on your doors trying to spread the word for their lord. Like, do you have time to talk about it, Drilla? Even though Eon is leaving them on red. I think Drilla is dead, right? Himeko said the Eon the Beauty is already dead. And like most of the knights are mostly in denial and just still trying to do the beauty thing. My heart feels truly joyous and blessed. Okay, maybe he's saying the truth. Oh, is he crying? Oh no, don't cry. Raises his little finger to gently wipe a pearlescent teardrop from his eye. To your side, you hear a number of his fans, including the intelligent cast of Unice. The charisma and charm that he emanates with his every move are captivating. Wait, no, that was acting. No, it's not real. Filled with emotion, yet unaffected and unrestrained, you start to understand how the name Leslie Dean has come to resonate across the galaxy. No, it's a scam. We don't really know if she's dead. It's an assumption. Fair. The same goes for Akavili. That's true. I don't really want your autograph. I don't believe you, my friend. What is your friend's name? Sunday something. That's me. I'm lying. With the stars shine to light your path, yours faithfully, Leslie Dean. There we are. Wish that you and your friend will be in good spirits from the day you obtained the autograph. You're unsure of what receiving an autograph in the dream actually means, but you're still extremely excited. Well, the thing is, there have been talks of people importing stuff from the real world, just like that other fan. He had a clipping with him, and he brought it to the dreamscape. So I'm guessing there's also a way to import, quote unquote, import stuff from the dreamscape to the real world. It's also weird. Himiko is Idrilla. I mean, that makes sense. She's really pretty, and like the motif of her clothes, she looks like an actual goddess, right? Like the drapery of her white dress and everything. And then she also has like gold accessories. She kind of fits the whole. Oh, quick read. Let's read that. Oh, it's the same thing. Listen to what Clocky. Okay, we are hallucinating about Clocky again. There's something off about that person, right? Okay, Clocky, you got me. You mean the people counting that mad? You mean Leslie? That's him. My instincts are razor sharp. That person is missing something. As soon as someone is missing something, they can no longer be called a complete What? That's terrible to say. This is a terrible thing to say, Clocky. We have to think of a way to help an incomplete person. What is he missing? What do you mean? Is he missing limbs? Is he missing what?
こんなに美しいのにこれほど
I'm so happy I got a chance to meet with you in the city of dreams. Perhaps we could talk. Okay, I'm gonna fix you. Oh, he is sad. Oh, is he really genuinely sad? I thought he was acting. Do you feel unwell? No. Things like that shouldn't happen inside a dream. I suddenly feel I do not know how to put it into words. I feel terrible. I do not wish to rain on your parade, but I think I may need a little space. Oh, oops. Oh. Oh, he's really sad. Okay. Shall we leave it here today? We have pestered you enough already. I'm so sorry, Mr. Leslie. I hope that you feel better soon. Brow scrunched up and he began to twitch gently. Your actions seem to have cast him into some unknown pain and sadness. Seeming to have sensed your presence, he forced himself to open his eyes. Is he a shapeshifter? What is he? Describe how you feel. What's wrong? Suddenly, without warning, it felt like I'd been struck with a bullet that tunneled through my chest, leaving an invisible hole. Are you having a heart attack? When it went through my chest, my existence seemed to lose all sense of reality. Huh? I started to feel like I'd never even been alive. All the memories in my mind suddenly seemed completely false. It was as if somebody had forced it. Oh no. His memories have been tampered with. It's by the family, I bet. It forcibly implanted them inside me, like they don't belong to me at all. How should I explain this feeling? It's like I had been cast into a corridor of paintings, all of these paintings recording in my past experiences. But no matter how vivid the scenery was in the picture, I still felt like a complete outsider, like an onlooker trespassing in this gallery. The word recorded did actually happen, but I just cannot seem to connect these memories to the person that I am now. Perhaps I've spent so long reveling in golden hour that the boundaries between dreams and reality. You should seek help. You should seek help. Where should I go to? I know this may sound a little scary, Mr. Sunday Somni, but I fear I may have forgotten how to wake up. Oh, he's become addicted to the dream. What do you mean? I'm literally stuck in this place and totally clueless about how to leave this dream. But they have like the dream the dream therapist, the motivators. They can surely wake you up, right? In reality, it is so frail and fleeting that a single breeze can scatter it like a dandelion in the wind. This is one of my lines in the movie Ancient Dreams of Distant Stars. It feels very appropriate in my current situation. If you can move freely between dreams and reality, would you be able to consult with a family representative in the real world? Sure, let me just find Sunday. I do not wish to spend the rest of my day submerged in a dream, giving my all to play the part of someone else's shadow. Okay. I wish to save myself. Will you help me? Oh, okay. I will help you, of course. That is the first step. Asking for help. It's been locked. Okay. I will fix you. Don't worry. Oh, go to Penacony reality. I'll fix you. I'll fix you. I'll fix you. Nah. Huh? He's becoming one of the iPad kids. No, but I mean, if he's badly injured, and like a lot of people are already treating the dreamscape to be like an actual world that you can live in, like you can have a life in. So I don't think that it's entirely bad. Like he can just wake up from time to time to I don't know, check things in reality, because it's not an entirely artificial world. It's like people are in there. He's still interacting with people, and he's living like an entire life. So I don't think it's that bad. Am I? Am I also like? Do I also need help for thinking that? Because like other people are setting up their whole lives in the dream world. Uh, Leslie Dean needs help. I know that name. Isn't that the name of the superstar that passed away? Explain the situation. That's true, but like, the dreamscape is not real. I guess. Like, the moments there are, but the place itself. I feel like the people are treating it like another, let's say, planet or another plane altogether. Well, it is another plane. So, I don't know. It's really complicated, I guess. To the point that they would describe it as forgetting how to wake up. I shall inform the bloodhound, but not really. I shall inform a member of the family staff. I'm sure. Wait, why are you informing the bloodhound? They kill people. Are you gonna kill him in the dream? I'm sure they will handle this situation properly. Nah, you slipped. You were gonna call the bloodhound. Thank you very much for providing this information. Was Ali about to say the Bloodhound family? Yeah. I have a bad feeling about this. I should return. Oh no, we fucked up. We fucked up. They're gonna kill Leslie. Oh no. No. Oh no. We fucked up. They're going to kill my boy. We fucked up. We keep on unintentionally killing people. Nothing we can do. No. We can still do something about it. Oh no. Oops. We did an oopsie. Leslie, help me. Somebody's calling for help. Let's go and take a look. We can fix it. Yeah. We're the trailblazer. We fix people. We don't kill people. Oh no, somebody is trying to take him away. They just took him away without saying a word. They ran that way. Oh no. Control Z? I'm begging you. You have to help him. Oh no. Oh. Where do we go? What do you want? This is a dream. You can't take things you steal in the dream back to reality. Oh, okay, so you can. Are you certain this is the anomaly? Oh no. His existence here has already violated multiple conditions in the dream agreement. What are you talking about? Begin the removal process? What are you doing? I have to stop them. Oh damn. Annoyed bloodhound. It does not matter. Interfering with family enforcement is a breach of the dream agreement. Oh my god, we are about to be criminals. They must be removed along with the anomaly. Oh, very oops. They really just go, there's a problem, exterminate. They're cruel. At this point, I think we already are criminals. What have we... I don't think so. Maybe? I mean, so far, I've only helped some people not kill themselves. And then we also escorted a genocider for a trial. And then We killed Aventurine in the dream. Dozen of chests. Those are free. We didn't steal those. Those are free. I'm in debt. If you have not rescued me, I would not know that you would. But now you're a refugee. What are we gonna do with you? Oh my god, what do I do with you? Before you arrived, I overheard them mention a room number. Room 107? My previous name, my name, my Trailblazer name used to be 1004. I don't know, that's kind of funny. Could that be the hotel room that I entered the dream from? Why do you not know your hotel room number? They also kept saying something about a dream anomaly. What on earth could that mean? I don't know how to wake up and can't remember the room number I entered the dream from. Maybe there is something wrong with me. Okay, I forgot that his memories might have been tampered with. Maybe they were here to wake you up? I wouldn't be so certain. If that were the case, why would they have been so violent? The family would not normally treat guests in such a way. I must confess to you, I am very scared. I'm scared that I will be faced with a terrifying reality when I awaken. I'm also afraid to lose the consciousness that I have now. I can see, hear, and sense the world around. Oh, who knows what kind of changes my body has undergone in reality. I think he's probably paralyzed. He said earlier that he's paralyzed, right? Even if I know that this is a dream, so what? This dream world is realistic enough for many people to become immersed and feel alive, is it not? Are you not curious about what's happening? They're making us undergo like a reality crisis. Every dream comes. Are you not curious? Leslie falls silent. He lowers his head slightly. He's not curious as his slender eyebrows droop. His eyes that radiate warmth and greatness become hidden from sight as his handsome face becomes half devoured by blue shadows. It would be a lie to say that I'm not concerned with my real self in the slightest. I still remember that last time I met you in the dream. I said I wanted to save myself. After you left, I calmed down and began to think in greater depth. I began to question whether or not this fantasy of mine really needed to be shattered. I have everything I need. Everything that I lost in the real world has been given to me once more in the dream. Truth and falsehoods, must we separate them so clearly? I'm willing to believe that the person you see before you is my true form. I don't wish to believe that in reality. I'm nothing but a deformed body cover. Oh, we have to face reality eventually. It is her life, her decision. I hate being brutally honest to the NPCs. I don't want to hurt the NPCs. We all have to face reality. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Inside his lax gaze, you catch a glimpse of determination. Okay. Perhaps you can find time to take a look at what happened in there. Okay, I'll save you. If you happen to learn the truth, I shall leave it up to you whether to share it with me or not. I hate being brutally honest to you. Like, I know it's a game, but the feeling of guilt. Exactly. Right now, I find myself racked with incessant anxiety. I cannot bring myself to calm down and carefully consider my future. You are my savior. Oh, that's a big word. I'm I'm just a trailblazer. So I trust your judgment. I'm just a I'm just a guy, Dean. For now, I should find a discreet corner and lay low. I don't want to find myself in trouble again. This is the second time we are trying to help a refugee. The first refugee that we helped was Firefly, and she quote unquote died. The Also, actually, by the hand of a Bloodhound member. Oh well, no, it was the death meme, but It's related to the bloodhounds anyway, but oh my god, the bloodhounds. Wait, return to reality. Oh, I can unlock the rooms. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Oh man.
暇だし何かゲームでもしようか。
Okay, let's go for it. I'm gonna save that man. Everything would be fine if not for the bloodhounds and their stupid Gallagher. Well, we still don't know what the deal is with the bloodhounds and their killings. Room 1007, the room that Leslie Dean mentioned. It is possible that the truth behind the cosmic star lies behind this door. Perhaps he has fallen into a deep sleep from which he cannot awaken. Knock. Scooby-Doo reference. Oh, okay, that that line. If it weren't for those meddling kids. Try to. Why would you go search for an attendant? Are you dumb or something? Trying to get more people. You sense that something is not right. If something were to happen to a great man like Leslie Dean, the family would not likely just ignore it. Considering the way the family treated Leslie Dean inside the dream, getting them involved may not be a great idea. Thank you. That is if they haven't already taken action. Turn the door handle. With only a paltry amount of hope in your heart. The door is unlocked. Oh, it's all messed up. All the sad young men. What is this in reference to? Enter this special hotel room in the reverie reality for the first time. All the sad young men. We will fix them all. There's a stack of pictures of Leslie Dean on the hotel room floor, and some of them have this personal autograph on them. Would someone really carry this many pictures on their person? You can't help but ask yourself, maybe this cosmic star is just self-obsessed. God forbid you keep memoirs of your, accomplishments. I think that's normal. At first, you cannot understand why paper checks would still exist in a world like Penacony, but having read what was written on the paper, you understood. Having this string of numbers printed on each note, especially, was a sign of the family's dwindling patience. The guest staying in this room is already nearly 2 weeks behind on payments. Oh, it seems that the family. I mean, how can he pay if he's asleep? Attitude in treating overdue guests is more lenient than you imagine. Is Leslie Dean's situation already so dire that he can no longer afford the room fee? This would not be surprising as news about stars going bankrupt pops in the interastral peace broadcast almost daily. Oh, a chest! Wait, I'm helping you anyway, so I'm gonna grab that real quick. What is this? What is that? It's a card. Oh, I got a photo card of Leslie Dean. A brilliant shooting star that blinked out of existence too soon. There is a movie playing on the television. Quick cuts and dazzling special effects quickly overwhelm your senses. After a series of shocking scenes featuring exploding warships, a close-up of Leslie Dean's handsome face takes the screen. It seems that he's playing a warship pilot. Blah blah blah, okay. You see his name in the subtitles, Captain Cromwell. In this intense showdown, he seems to be engaged in a war of words with a sly IPC elite. Watch attentively? This has nothing to do with the price IPC has offered. The Sixth Fleet's position on this matter cannot be changed by price, for it goes against our values. I understand that you value contracts and your honor, but I implore, Captain, you have no family, no children, no one to be concerned for. So you battle for your beliefs. You would even take them to your grave, but what about them? Do they feel the same? You imagine yourself a martyr and a hero, but do not forget when it comes down to it, you're no more than just a group of mercenaries, warmongers that settle matters for credits. Do not think that the afterlife is a place for you. I've never believed in life after death, nor do I think that you believe in these ideas you spout. Let alone the men by my side, there's one thing that you should have understood by now. The reason that I am the person sitting here in discussion with you is not because I'm the so called captain, but because I'm the only person that can withstand your obsession with money. Honestly, it's taking all of my strength not to spit in your face. I will give you 5 minutes to take your paper scraps and get lost to your ship. Tell the IPC directors the Sixth Fleet shall visit Piermont one day. Okay, cool. That was a whole lot of nothing. I thought it was gonna say something else. What is that? Okay, before that, I think that's the last piece. Let me check some of the other nooks and crannies first. Nothing. Like the fireplace isn't even on, and there isn't a body in the pool. There's an envelope lying at the bottom of the dream device. No signatures or markings on it. You saw your fingers inside the already torn envelope and pull out a yellow tinge letter. It to go out for the synthesia bacon. Oh, bacon. I'm kind of hungry. To be able to translate it. To the loyal fans of Leslie Dean, thank you for accepting our invitation. Fans? Oh, see, he is a fan. A rebirth project. It isn't the real Leslie Dean. We were correct. Oh, that's fucked up. They tried cloning the Leslie Dean. We'll raise money through crowdfunding to purchase Leslie Dean's memory storage. How is that? Why is that a thing? What? How can you buy memories of dead people? Like, why is that? I mean, I get how memory bubbles exist, but why is it open for purchasing in the public? We'll conduct a thorough study of Leslie Dean's memory storage to ensure every participant has an in depth understanding of Leslie Dean's personality, character, and life. We will visit Penacony and create a synthesia dreamscape with the dream technology there. By drawing from Leslie Dean's memory storage and our impression. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all here. Oh, wait. Actually, speaking of food, I'm gonna go make some cereals. Okay, go. Go get yourself some snacks. Ladies and gentlemen, we all are the witness. You know what? I'm actually also gonna grab some cookies over here. I'm hungry. Wait, I gotta finish this real quick. To Leslie Dean's short-lived yet a scintillating career, his sudden demise has left us all devastated. If you feel indignant about his fate, join the Leslie Dean's Rebirth Project. That's fucked up. We'll have the opportunity to make up for the regrets and bring Leslie back to his brilliant life. Oh, and now I have the choice to say the truth to that person or not. I'm gonna eat the cookie. Hold on. I think I'm also going to put like some background music because like it's only been me reading all of these so far. I just kind of feel like my voice is like kind of annoying. The person that lives here is not Leslie Dean. The real Leslie Dean died long ago, however his memories have been preserved as memoria. A group of Leslie's fans have found a way to pool their funds and purchase his memories, taking it with them into Penacony. Okay, well, I'm guessing if it's like on sale for the public, it's probably just I'm thinking of like the memories that they bought is just like the superficial stuff, like not the personal memories. Cause I guess I kind of get it now. If it's like a memories of a famous person, and then stuff is being sold, like his memories are being sold, but probably not the personal ones. I don't know. That's still kind of fucked up. I don't know. They enter the dream as a group and connect to the individual consciousness networks to recreate the image of Leslie Dean through the synesthesia dreamscape. The Leslie that I met in the dream, though infused with the memories of that cosmic star, was nothing more than just a fabricated fantasy. So the owner of the room must be... Who is in that room? Oh no! I did not expect that. I thought we would still like hear a knock or something. Oh my gosh. Wait, hold on. I think the background music is a little too loud. How about that? I think I'm also speaking too closely to the microphone, but anyway. Who are you? The gentleman living in the room should have been a him. He should have already checked out of this room. I like how we just ignored that, like, the chairs, like, tumbled over and everything. It wasn't locked. Where did the guest go? This gentleman has already left Penacony. What? But he should still be in some kind of dream pool, right? Because he's still in the dream. I beg that you please do not tell anyone about this, or else I know that the family will deem me negligent of my duties and forbid me from ever dreaming again. I heard that this client was forced to leave as he was behind on his room fees. He had been in Penacony for a very long time, but he didn't look like a rich man to me, okay? Many people are willing to pay any price to experience the dreamscape. As they go as far as to spend every penny to their name just to be in Penacony. Honestly, this is not my first time seeing a client like this, and I have not been here overly long. I've told you everything I can. If you don't mind, could you please leave this place? I need to hurry up and tidy this room. There are other guests that wish to move in. Okay. That's really... Having exhausted all their savings, with the letter I read before, I could assume that they were one of the fans that I assisted in reconstructing the image. I wonder if this will affect us in any way. How about the other locked rooms? Can we... I'm guessing these are all other different stories. Because this one's also locked. Unthinkable consequences? What? Okay, He's so pretty. So the dilemma now is I have to choose between telling that person the truth or withholding the truth from them. I don't know which one is better. It both sounds equally terrible. I'm gonna eat a cookie. I'm eating Oreos. It's the Pokemon Oreo collab, and I have... What is this? I can't see. I pulled Jigglypuff. Okay, so you gotta go back. That's the wrong button. Okay. Don't you love having to clean the dishes after your sister who's a lot older than you? I'm sorry to hear that. Well, you should have just left, you know, the dishes that you didn't use. Just clean up what you use and then let the others be cleaned by who used it. Okay, so... And help Leslie Dean break free from his obsessions. It turns out that Leslie Dean has been gone for some time, and the person in the dreamscape was created by his fans struggling to accept his death. Return to the golden hour and inform him. Oh, okay, so we just inform him. You have cereals now, yay! No more being hungry, let's go. What kind of cereal do you have right now? Okay, well, I guess since we are like, okay, we can tell him the truth then. You were a fake. You were deluded and you need help. I was hoping that I could muster more of a friendly attitude, but I don't know why. I've been feeling dazed and nauseous since what happened before. I just cannot seem to muster any energy. I hope you can understand. I think I know why. Water is so good. The fact that you have come back to see me, does this mean that you have come to some understanding of my situation in reality? Caramel and chocolate, that sounds amazing. Please tell me the truth. Okay, I will. I think I'm ready to accept it, no matter how hard a reality it is to accept. Okay. Is this the real life or is it just fantasy? He's just a fantasy created by a group of crazed fans and the true cosmic stars long since passed. You mean I don't actually exist? Oh! Oh, is that it? I thought... Okay. What? Leslie's once glistening eyes suddenly lose their brilliance. Oh, we broke him. As his face fades from the color of golden wheat to pale and then pure white. Oh, oh, is he gonna disappear? Oh, huh? Veins on either side of his graceful neck begin to protrude as his pulse becomes visible to the naked eye. He suddenly realized that this moment of despair weighs on him as heavy as a century of suffering. 1,000 years of suffering. But this downtrodden demeanor does not last long. Just as the last glint of light is about to fade from his eyes, a new flame kindles in his pupils. Okay. You understand why those memories that were supposed to belong to me felt so distant and strange. I'm the Leslie. So doesn't that make him some kind of a meme in the dreamscape? Because he's like he was formed into from the feelings and stuff of the real people. Yet I am far from being the man himself. The reason for my existence is to take his place. Many people are still paying a price to maintain the existence of this body of mine. They're paying with their finances, their time, their lives, and even their selves. I wish to know, do you think that treasuring the memories of someone who has already passed, is worth such a lofty price? Treasuring the memories. It is up for them to decide. This is their own decision, but I do not wish to sit idly by. Wait, I'm kind of confused. It was not my personal will that I would appear in this place, though I could not decide when I cannot decide when I came. I would like to make my own decision when I go. Would you help me once more? I wish to summon the people that created me. No matter how sweet the dream, delving in too deep will only lead to suffocation. I should help them face their realities. Okay, so who is that person that was checked in that room? I thought it was like the stand. Oh shoot! It shouldn't be too hard, but it's just no. I'm not gonna. It's fine. Imaginary wins all. The Leslie lore is crazy. Everything in Penacony is crazy. I think we're crazy. I think we already lost it like a long time ago. This is mine. This is mine. That's not right. This is a world constructed by Leslie's followers. This is where they created me. Synesthesia, dreamscape. Being in this place, I feel like I'm looking into a mirror. However, that what this mirror reflects is my internal organs. What? It allows me to see my own soul up close. But if I look closely, all you can see is a void. A true soul cannot be simply created from thin air. It's Leslie, not Leslie. It's the same thing. I thought you just had a typo. So what does this look like? Oh, it's just like an empty map. Okay. Robert. Who the fuck is Robert? Is that the real name of the person? What stands before you is a simple hotel room door. However, you have a strong feeling that what lies behind this door is far from a simple room. What is the name of the master of this space? I'm prepared to face my creator. Wow. Are you gonna die? Why is this red? Am I not? Oh. I can't hear any music. Okay. It's really just silent then. Fine. Do we have any treasure for me? None? Alright, we're trapped in here. The Leslie lore is actually just Detroit become human. Oh, this is a cute clap 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 Robert. Green ear Josie got a hold of a source for ancient dreams of distant stars. Robert's best friend. That's the movie from earlier, right? I think. Where'd he get that? Is it high def? 16K resolution. At least that's what he said. Well, you want to rent it. Oh, he's so cute. I don't have any money at all. My mom cut off my allowance ever since she caught me secretly renting tapes last time. What's wrong with liking movies? Do y'all not have Netflix or YouTube? This is Leslie Dean's debut work. Your mother has no taste at all. I'll cover it this time. Come to my place after school. Thank you, Harry Potter. I feel like our senses were linked for a moment then. His own planet is an impoverished... Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys really don't have Netflix. Sorry about that. Under IPC sanctions ever since the Interstellar Energy War. The only way that they're able to watch movies is by renting tapes from smugglers at a high price. Oh, I'm sorry. Harry is Robert's best friend, and he's like an older brother to him. I can sense that Robert relies on him greatly. Let's keep on watching. Okay. I'm sorry for judging you guys. You're so cute. And then... Oh no, are they fighting? Don't fight! Oh, that's your mother. Okay. You need to accept reality. Harry's not here anymore. What happened? We still have so many films we haven't watched. Oh no, did he die? Purple Rain? Harry's favorite movie is Purple Rain. We promised one day we would meet the real Leslie Dean. We live in a world without hope. Oh. These concepts of interstellar travel and cosmic star have nothing to do with us. No! I'm trying to keep you from from those things because I want to leave this place. I want all of this to be gone. You don't understand what makes something beautiful. None of you understand. Only he does. Oh. Oh boy. Harry is so optimistic, ever strong, but also so ill-fated. To have his life cut short by an accident at his age. Oh. Having lost his best friend, Robert was on the verge of collapse. He felt anger and rage towards everything around him. Just injustice and despair. So he began to search for a way to escape. In doing so, he found me. Okay. Oh. You good? Oh, a picture of two people together, Robert and Leslie. Leslie's face is adorned with the expression you would expect from a huge star. Just the right amount of pride. Giant plane, he's by no means unattractive. It's just... it's just that standing next to the great Leslie Dean in his prime. Okay. He seems unremarkable in comparison. Slightly upturned at the corners, as if he's trying his hardest to give a satisfactory smile to the person behind the camera. He's drowning. Damn. Robert was able to leave his hometown, albeit using methods that he would not easily share with others. He began a journey of losing himself, trying to find the Leslie Dean that exists in his ideals. What he never realized was, though he thought he had been fighting back all this time, he was really just running away. Harry? His lost friend has been haunting him this whole time. He thought it would only, if he only found me and fulfilled their, me as in Leslie Dean, okay, then the dark shadow of their past would disappear. He locked himself in the world of only Leslie Dean. He could not bring himself to face the true source of his suffering. However, when this bubble that gave him a place to hide suddenly burst, he no longer knew where to go. That's why he had this undertaking, giving up on himself to maintain a false ideal. We have to make Robert remember. We have to make him remember that light he once had in this life. I am no more than a scapegoat. We have to allow Harry to become Robert's star once more. Oh. Well, that's sad. Do you ever get like a not sad story in Penacony? I can't recall if there's any. From what you can understand. So, he got depressed after his best friend's death. And then he was trying to fulfill like that dream that they had of meeting their idol. And then their idol died. And probably that added more to his depression, so he tried to rebuild Leslie so that he can, I don't know. Robert's life is all about Leslie. Yeah, he really got obsessed. Probably because after after Harry died, he like there is nothing else that he could accomplish with Harry, so he wanted to meet Leslie, and then he met Leslie, and then Leslie died, and then probably he was holding on to that last bit of memory with Harry. I don't know. I'm not really gonna save that. Turn off the TV. He's just laying there. This is okay. You removed the picture of Robert and that's not Robert and Leslie. What are you talking about? With that of the two young childhood friends. Oh, you're aware that no matter how much noise you make in this space, it is unlikely to have any real effect on Robert, but you still wish to complete this operation gently and carefully. But like, where is Robert's body? Like in reality. Robert and Leslie's photo looks a bit different today. There's a clip of Leslie Dean being interviewed by a famous talk show host. Cannot hear their conversation, but you can see two people with beaming smiles. Upturned smiles are proof that their joy is not manufactured. The moment you press the switch on the television, soothing voice comes to a sudden stop and echoes in the void around you. The silence that now covers this spiritual place suddenly feels like a deafening clamor. Feel a little lonely on Robert's behalf. He must bear and process his loneliness by himself. I still can't figure it. Is this Leslie Dean like Robert, but like he dissociated so much that he he made himself Leslie Dean, or is this Leslie Dean like a complete separate like intangible being? I'm so confused. Even if the beginning of this process is painful, I hope that he can recall his childhood friend and remember who is truly important to him. As for whether to move forward or continue to wallow, we cannot make that decision for him, but at least we have given him an opportunity to face what he feels inside. I think this is a dreamscape version of Leslie made out of Robert's memories. Yeah, that's what thought as well. But like, where is like the actual Robert in the dreamscape? Is he just like gone? Like he's asleep somewhere, but he's not even in the dreamscape. Robert died. I think he's still alive, or he's about to be killed by the family. Maybe like it, his body's. Oh wait, yeah, his body's already missing from the hotel room. Oops. Um, how will we test the results? There's only one way. The weaker the foundation of his body should become. When the time comes, I should be able to feel the effects of our actions. Others waiting for us? Are we really about to leave everything? Are we just okay? We're really done. Wait, what? Okay. There really is nothing. Jillian? Who the fuck is Jillian? That must be this fan's name. Let's see what happens to her. Oh, so we got like the Intellatron. Are there probably other people? What the fuck? Leslie's mind maze. What the fuck are these? Leslie multiplied. It's a multiverse of what do you call it? Into the Leslie verse. These look like cupcake cups. Am I just hungry? So, what are these like? Oh, but probably scripts. What? What are you doing? Oh, he's praying to something. It's. It seems that I have already dominated her entire world. All of those standing there are her imaginings of Leslie Dean. That's insane. That's sad. It's pitiful and loathsome. I can remember certain movements. They were truly uncomfortable. I remember crazed fans hiding on unexpected street corners, spying, taking secret pictures, and sending messages that would chill you to the bone. Yeah, that's insane. This is the burden that stars and public figures must bear, though a lot of people think that these byproducts are nothing in comparison to the fame. Yeah, that's just bullshit. That's crazy. It seems that Miss Jillian was also one of these crazed fans, once fanatical to the point that she still continues to maintain this version of me even after I am gone. I wonder if she has even realized that this sick love has begun to destroy her life. Let us awaken her. Or how come we can awaken a Jillian and I will not allow anyone to slander his name? Leslie Dean is perfect. Okay. Why is he why is he so defensive? And this guy doesn't even react. This is love. This is love. Damn. I would give up everything for him. And this guy just prays. And this guy, this is love. Okay, it's just really manic. I remember wanting to become popular when I was younger, but now that I think about it, I feel like, yeah, I guess when we were young, we get really like starstruck and interested with all of the things that we see on television. So like they mostly show like the good perfect sides of the celebrities. So of course, as young impressionable people, like as a child, as a teenager, you'll get really like what do you call this, charmed by all of the fame. He has no flaws, absolutely none. Destroy the fantasy. Because I like to go it alone. Exactly. You know what? I probably shouldn't say it. Never mind. Sorry to disappoint you, Miss Jillian, but no one is perfect. My shortcomings and weaknesses are piled up high in the corner that you just cannot see. I have made too many mistakes in my life to count. And they have all become meticulously hidden skeletons in my closet. Finish? I'm curious now. There's nothing. I was just about to say that I was kind of. I had a problem with stalkers before, but nothing too crazy. Like it's not because I'm famous or anything. It was more like a crazy ex situation. Also, some crazy family members. So yeah, I'm also really uncomfortable when going out sometimes. But it's just the whole thing. I've made too many mistakes in my life. So like I also wanted to like, be famous for something as well. But after having that situation happen in my life, it was kind of I don't think I like the public eye. Like if I can't deal with a single person doing that to me, I probably wouldn't last being like a well-known public figure or something. But it's all cool now. My shortcomings and weaknesses, but they're all a part of me and cannot shy away from their existence. Okay. I hope that everyone's imperfections can be understood. After all, if we live under a magnifying glass every day, sooner or later we will all be incinerated by the rays of the sun. And he just poof. Anyone who slanders the name of Leslie Dean is my enemy. They are villains that must be eradicated. It is not easy to differentiate between criticism and slander. I've been lost in the waves of those two voices before too. This is a lifelong lesson, one that I never fully grasped until the end. But I did come to understand one thing. Those slanderous voices outside that had not been a personal attack on me for a long time. They gradually evolved into a vicious cycle of perpetual opposition. The battle that was destined to never have a victor. I no longer care about this baseless slander, Miss Jillian. I just want to bring the cycle of sadness and malevolence. Anyone who slanders the name of Leslie Dean is my enemy. Okay, it's just gonna poof. Oh, there's still a lot of them. What the fuck? My money, my life, my ideals. Oh, that's such heavy emotions. What do you expect from as a response to this, Miss Jillian? A person who would abandon everything for their idol, including the very cornerstone. Cornerstone mentioned. IPC. 10 stone hearts of human life, dignity. If I am frank, someone like this, they only fill me with fear. No one should live a life like this. You should work to try and reclaim the things in life that are truly yours, Miss Jillian. I'm personally happy for not being in a real relationship with. I'm sorry, but you're wording like a real relationship. What do you mean by real relationship? I'm an introvert. Well, I'm an introvert too. I would give anything for him. My life, my money, my life, my dot dot dot. This is love. I love him deeply. I love him. I love him so much. Like, I don't know, going out with someone to cinemas, going on dates, but that's fun though. If you are with the right person, it could be fun. But I agree. I actually like going to the cinemas alone because I like to like absorb the dialogue and the story and everything. And sometimes you can't do that when you're watching with someone. People who do not love themselves always misinterpret the meaning of the word love. Love is something that everyone must sense within themselves, but you gave up on yourself a while ago. You chose obsession instead. Ow, ow, ow. That kind of reminds me of Auto Apocalypse. He didn't choose love, he chose obsession. Love him deeply. I love him. Ooh. Well, he's dead now, so look where that got him. He's mine, he's mine, he's mine. What's wrong? Nothing left to say. All I know about Otto is that he loves someone and that person died. Oh boy, do you want to learn about bro became unquote unquote evil and then died? Oh boy. Oh boy. Are you asking me if I want to learn about Otto lore? Kinda? I can tell you some. What's wrong? I think we have found the source. I can sense it. A powerful desire that came pouring from the base of her heart. It's powerful, a terrifying desire for possession. Sure, extra lore. Let's go. Okay, hold on, let me finish this. The roots of this desire have grown too deep. I will not be able to handle this alone. That's a lot of them. The negative memes. Oh, they are memes. So Leslie is a meme. So where's Robert? Miss Jillian have grown so powerful that we will only be able to dispel them with an even greater power. Also, where is Jillian? I just have to defeat it, right? I think so. Sometimes violence is the only way to combat. They really said sometimes violence is the right answer. Okay. Sometimes violence is the only way to combat something that does not respond to logic. He's mine. Be careful, it is extremely aggressive. Oh shoot, that's creepy. Oh. Oh, please don't be tanky. Please don't be tanky.
使うつもりはなかった。
Oh, they're fine. They're not.
戦輪は権限し総理世を注が。 バイトを楽しみにしている。答えてみろ。
Oops. 1K? Ratio, you good?
僕が質問する。
かくれんぼしよ答え見つけてごらん。
テスト。
Can we have something ratio? 4K? 6K? What happened to my ratio? What do you mean aventuring hit harder than ratio? 12K basic attack for aventuring. What happened to ratio, man? You regret not pulling for Sparkle. Yeah, I had to pull for Sparkle for Danheng for my dragon. Hold on, I need a really quick bathroom break. Like, give me a few seconds. Okay, I am back. Ratio didn't ratio. Okay, let's finish this quest first and then I'll talk a bit about Auto Apocalypse. Alright. I hope we've done enough. When it comes to Miss Jillian, perhaps this was the only method to open her eyes. Violence is the answer. I imagine she's long since become numb to reason. Gah. Inside this spiritual space, Leslie suddenly falls backward. He staggers and stumbles a couple of steps before forcing himself back to his feet. Are you okay? I'm fine, thank you for your concern. I can feel that the foundations that compose this body are gradually collapsing. I think this means that our work has not been in vain. Okay, I imagine someone else is waiting for us. Oh, is this Jillian? But she nodded slightly thereafter as a gesture of gratitude. Her life begins anew. Why didn't we find Robert? Is Robert really dead? The bloodhounds got to him, I think. Flora. I wonder what kind of life this woman has lived. What a beautiful name. Do you know her? They must just be someone with the same name, Shirley? Sorry, this name just Shirley. This name just seemed to rouse Leslie my memories. Robert got robbed. Rob got robbed. I don't know how much longer this body can hold on. Okay, we'll be quick. I keep on hoping there will be like a chest or something. It really is her. Who is she? She's... Stop doing that. Just say Leslie or Mai. But why would she? I never thought that she would have such a strong obsession. There must be more than meets the eye here. Oh. Well, she personally knew the actor, so. Oh, she teleported. Come, 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 let me introduce you to Flora, our company's most promising young worker. Ugh, his eyes are even more mesmerizing in Oh, did she apply for the job just to get close to him? Okay, okay, I can see how that's creepy now. It's a pleasure, Miss Flora. You really are a charming young lady, I'm sure. We will work wonderfully together. I will have Flora accompany you for tomorrow's shoot. You don't mind? Stay cool, Flora. You must stay professional. We must stay focused. I will work my hardest. I will not let you down. Oh, Flora, what did you do? Eh? Oh, we just... Okay. Mr. Leslie, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Leslie seems exhausted. Mr. Leslie? I'm not hungry. Perhaps this... What? This is a bad time? But you haven't eaten anything all day. I told you I'm not hungry. Can you not hear? Whoa. But today's your birthday. Oh, the shoot was scheduled for 10 a.m. tomorrow. I will contact the crew and have them push it back. Please make sure you get some rest. Well, she's still pretty professional even with all of these thoughts in her head. What's wrong, for? Why are you crying? Sobs. I mustn't complain. I am his assistant. Oh, is he being really... I don't know. I'm honestly fine. Lately, you've been looking sad. Did something happen at work? I cannot... Oh, he's not an entirely good person, I guess? Probably because of the stress of the fame? Didn't you mention a cake store that you liked before? How about we go and check it out this afternoon? Okay, that's a good friend. That's really great. Dot dot dot. Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Give us a smile. Where's that bubbly, happy Flora we know? Oh, he kinda shitty. I told you everything I needed to. Now, at this crucial juncture, I'm not even sure what to say. Leslie. I see. Idiot? you, you know, don't you? After this tour, I will be switching agencies. Idiot. Of course I do, Mr. Dean, but at least for today, I'm still your assistant. I was wondering, would it be possible? Idiot, 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 okay. Forget it, it's nothing, don't worry about it. Every adventure must come to an end someday. Take care of yourself, for. Oh, is he thinking of like, uh, getting him as his personal assistant? I love you, you idiot. Thank you. Take care of yourself too. Oh, wait, may we meet again, Mr. Dean? You really were such a jerk. People's emotions are complicated. You're a jerk. I agree. I agree. In life, is there something any more painful than missing a chance? Oh. Wh- Does that mean he kind of returns the feelings? But he didn't go for it because of reasons? Thankfully, it seems that fate has gifted me a second chance. Though my body no longer remains, I still have the opportunity to change something. I wish to speak with Flora. I will not miss out again this time. She must not waste her life on my memory. These wounds were once caused by Leslie Dean. I will now suit him and shop myself. I'm happy that Leslie's as dense as me. No, don't be happy that you're dense. No. Look at Flora though. Look at her. She has depression. But like either way, even if they like became a couple and he still dies, I'm pretty sure Flora would still be devastated. So why are you still here? Your flight is about to take off. If you don't hurry, they will not leave without me. Have you forgotten who I am? Causing trouble again, I see. Don't fret about such small things. More importantly, do you have something that you want to say to me? Don't, please don't make jokes like this. The flight is about to take off and everyone is waiting for you. If you keep acting like this, I will not go. Oh, tonight I will bid farewell to a woman. This woman has played an irreplaceable role in my life. Even if she does not know it. Kind, meticulous, patient. She has more good qualities that I could ever list. With her by my side, my life could not have been smoother. She took on the weight of my responsibilities so that I could continue to focus on my own career. I took everything that she did for me for granted. Only after all this time did I realize how childish and idiotic I was. I hope that she can forgive me for this. But there's something more important than all of this. If I had not turned back, if I had never had this conversation, her life would fall to the depths and I would personally have caused her unhappiness. Why? I would never forget the version of myself that would do this. So, Flora, I will not leave until you unravel the knot that is consuming you from within. You really are. I always loved. No, that's not right. I will always love you. Oh, that is so sad. Oh, I realized something. May I share it with you? There was a moment just now I suddenly felt like all of the problems that had been bothering me before were no longer important. Leslie's love lore. Was it Flora that helped you realize this? I think so. Who am I? This question has been following me since the moment I first took this form. When I was reading Flora's memories, I felt like I was inside a painting for the first time. Her words and emotions truly shook my heart. At that moment, finally believed I no longer need to doubt my own existence. I am an extension of life of Leslie Dean. I am composed of Leslie Dean's memories along with people's ideas and impressions of him. I've started to feel that these two things are enough to form a person to make me me. I no longer need this hollow body to prove my existence. Without your help, I would never have been able to do any of this alone. Let's leave this place. I'm feeling tired. Oh, is he gonna vanish too? Oh, they fixed him. Oh, what is this? I fixed him? Question mark.
何かゲームでもしようか。
We're back. Oh, he's gonna vanish. Voice is growing weaker, his skin and clothing slowly growing as transparent as light muslin. The cityscape of Penacony reflected on his body, half illusion, half true. No blood or bones could be seen under his skin, only candles and starlight. My body feels so light, so powerless. My mind, I feel it growing thin. My senses are becoming dull. The dream is over. But I don't know why I feel at ease. I never felt this peace of mind inside the dream world like this. I feel like I can see myself, the Leslie Dean inside my body. It's as if he's smiling at me and saying, "Well done." It is strange to say it. I was so scared before of losing myself, but ever since you told me the truth, I've gained the courage to let go. After experiencing all of this with you, I feel more determined. I know that I've done the right thing. May I ask you a final question? In the future, after I disappear, how do you think people will remember the name Leslie Dean? He will never die, a loving man, a noble man? I don't think he's like the real Leslie Dean. He doesn't seem loving. He's a noble man. I don't think he's noble either. He's a star who will never die. He literally died. I don't agree with any of these, but I guess noble. The man with the heart of gold? I don't think so. Okay. Leslie, bad news. People will one day forget you. That is so true. That reminds me of like, there's this quote: "To be forgotten is worse than death." Leslie Dean once lived, unable to make his own decisions, and also made many decisions that he regretted. But though he was surrounded by fame and fortune, his kind heart was never changed. Is he kind though? I should be grateful to those people that used the dreamscape to create me. They gave their passion and their lives to create me, so it was my duty to repay them and help them move on. They created an opportunity for me and allowed me to give Leslie Dean's story a greater ending. After experiencing all of this with you, I feel like I truly lived. Even if I'm wrong, this is something that I will treasure above all. We may never meet again, but I pray that the gentle universe blesses your every breath, my friend. My favorite movie is The Mid-Colored Galaxy. If you get an opportunity, I hope you will watch it together with the one you love. Oh, okay. Imagine that you're Leslie's mother. Oh, he's still here. So many people desire to become a transient and fleeting flame. When do you hear that Leslie is actually alive in Penacony? That's another flavor of depression waiting to happen. This is another level of delusion that we have to fix. Please do not break the news to his mother. East of Eden, witness the story of a fleeting cosmic superstar. Is he gonna stay here? We're still here. We may never meet again. Okay. I'm kind of... Alright. Well, stay there. You're kind of good. You're not even a real person. You can just stay here in the dream world and just like chill. But what happened to Robert? We still don't know where Robert is. Wait, we can go back to reality and then figure out what happened to him. Reverie. The unanswered question. Yeah. Cause where is he?
暇だし
Like, he got taken out from his room forcibly. So, where is he? I think it should be here. No, it's a... Oh wait, these are our rooms. Oh no, that's my room. I try to Google it, and Google thinks I'm talking about Robin. There is no Robert in this house. We only know Robin. Locked room. Okay, this is the right place. Okay, it should be this, right? Like, everything's all messed up. Like, there's been a struggle here. Not even a single clue? Oh my god. The family erased Robert. He's just gone. No, the bloodhound got him. There's just nothing. Damn. R.I.P. Robert. I don't even think that we fixed him. We just took a picture of him and then we turned off the Leslie TV. So now his world, his mind is just cricket sounds. What are you doing here? You're suspicious. What are you? Yeah? Now you're gonna walk out? Okay. Gonna act like nothing happened? Room is quiet, but the fact that the door is locked indicates that it is occupied. How do I unlock all of these other rooms? Envision arrows. Okay, I'm kind of curious for... Can I pull? I can pull! And this is my E4 eventually, let's go! Okay. Zero pay director. Or the other. E4, yeah. Trying to E6 him. Boop. I'm at E3 right now. Heh. Heh. Damn. Yeah. Like, I'm trying my best to get at least his E4 before the banner ends. Then I'll probably do the rest on his... Can I just grab this? Put you in my quest log? What? They're daydreamers escaping from reality, liars and hypocrites. So that's a lot to say to a stranger that was just trying to ask how you are. That's right. What kind of dependable person would ever venture into a dream? Penacony is a huge trash can filled with losers from all over the universe who turn into babies the second they come across the slightest setback. Aren't you in Penacony as well? You're also talking about yourself when you say all of these things. Spend too long in a place like this and you'll start to degenerate without realizing. Do you understand your thoughts or emotions? Everything is blunted by overindulgence, and in the end, you'll become useless. Why are you here? Bro, my first Eidolon was on Akron. I only got E1. You should try to... Oh, wait. She's already gone. I really wanted to get her as well, but sadly, her banner coincided with Aventurine. I had to skip her for now. Like she was the first female design that I really liked for Star Rail, so I was really excited to get her. But then Aventurine happened. Um, I was F2P. I spent on Danhang's rerun banner because I was not playing on his first banner for the Imbibitor Lune. I spent for that, but not. I only got him like the for E0 and then his light cone, and then I spent some on Aventurine. Uh, and then I wasn't really all that lucky, but I lost two 50/50s, and then I have E3 and then his light cone. But prior to that, I was completely free to play. I don't like gotcha. Gotcha is evil, but I had to. So what should we do then? What should we do then? Entertainment is a grand waste of the universe's resources. Why are you in Penacony, the land of festivities? If that's how you think. And disrespectful to the hard work of everyday people, places like Penacony should have been shut down a long time. Again, why are you here? Think about it. How many civilizations has this universe spawned? And how many have starfaring capabilities? How many actually have the pivotal choice to set out on an intergalactic journey? I don't even know what you're talking about anymore. Anyone with a chance to leave their homeworld behind and explore the universe has either one in a million luck or has paid a price unfathomable to ordinary people. I am one of the latter. I studied painstakingly for decades, leave my home system, before finally entering the hallowed realm of the Intelligentsia Guild. Oh, he's one of those people. And just look at the people here. What have they done with this hard earned opportunity of theirs? Live out a life of debauchery. Your home planet puts all of these efforts into raising you out of hope that you can build it up, not for your wanton pleasure. How can these people not understand such simple truths? Can't really say anything about pay to win because I had to spend on Ekron. Right, we spend for the right people. But still, Gacha is really terrible. I hate it. Yeah, I've been playing Genshin since day one, and for the most part, like I haven't really spent on it until Cloud Retainer. I think I don't know. I kind of just decided to spend on Gacha this year because I took a break. I took a break from Genshin and all of the Gacha stuff for a couple of months, and like I spent my money somewhere else. I mean, I didn't really spend money on Gacha anyways, but after I aka touched some grass, like try to live life, not playing any of these games. I went on concerts, I went like eating good food and stuff like that. When I look back, I was like, damn, I spent a lot of money on people I enjoy, and most of those things aren't really like they're not material things. They're like in the moment things. So after I spend it, it's already gone, but I had fun. And I play all of these gacha games for years, and I really love the story, so I might as well put my money in here because it's something that I enjoy. Like I hate gacha, but if I have to do it, and I'm already like I've been playing Genshin for almost 4 years now, then why the fuck not? So yeah, that's partly why I started spending. But I still try my best to not spend. Like I only plan to spend on Aventurine and probably Sunday if he becomes playable. For Genshin, I don't think I will spend all that much because I don't know. It depends. It depends maybe if Dainsleif becomes playable someday, or if Sertalia, or if my other favorite characters get a skin, I'll probably grab that. You spent on Cloud Retainer too, and now the Father. I'm going concerts if only there were artists who I listen to. Well, I hope you find someone like even just local gigs with local artists. Um, but yeah, the concerts they can get really expensive. I went to three big concerts I think last year, or was it 2022? It was a lot of money, and I also had to buy like a ticket from a scalper, and the price was double the amount. I don't know why I did that. It was like, damn, what am I doing with my money? But I had fun though, so it's all good. Um, you wanted to buy a ticket for Ado's. Is it Ado? Ado? I'm not familiar with the artist, so I apologize. Concert in Germany. It costed 1k bucks. Is that USD? Damn. That's insane. But yeah, I mean, I feel like there's nothing really wrong with with spending money on things that you enjoy, be it gacha concerts or whatnot. As long as it's within your means, as long as it doesn't turn into an addiction, that's the most important part. Uh, okay. Back to this intelligentsia guild member that's complaining about everything. I'm different. I'm different. I don't have a home planet. Your life must be very unhappy indeed. Ah, yes. I see. I gotta. Ah, yes. I see. Just to be an asshole. The man shrank into a long silence and could only reply to you with a look. That shut him up. That look seemed to be saying, I'm afraid you've lost your mind. Excuse me? How imprudent. Shut up. Fuck you. With Firefly and Jade, it's quite hard for it to become an addiction. Ah, yes, I see. I do want to get Firefly. I need a fire and ice unit. So Firefly solves that. Still need an ice unit though. Um, um, um. Oh, well, I'll leave you there for now. Okay, so auto apocalypse. Fire, wind, and ice. Um, I got blade for that. For wind and then Branya. I kind of want to build sample, but not really. So let me bring out the auto apocalypse. It is funny that he's actually the reason why I started playing Star Rail in the first place. Let me just drink some water. Does the Black Swan count as a win DPS? I think so. I really can't say because I don't have her and I don't know her kit. I'm not really that familiar. But I guess I mean if they do big numbers for the OT and stuff, I think it's just another way for a DPS build. So I think she counts. Yeah. She works, but like she applies stacks on enemies, and the more stacks, the more damage. But she's mostly good in Kafka teams. So does she like work if there's another DOT applied to the enemy? Yeah, I did hear. I heard that she needs Kafka to like actually work. But I don't have her, so I don't have that problem. I also don't have Kafka actually. Um, I also don't have Xingyu. That's why I don't have ice. I was trying to build Misha for ice, but I'm kind of bored with his kid is kind of boring, so I'm not sure if I would still go for it. But it really depends where the story takes us. Started playing HSR when Blade was released. I see. Okay, so here's the thing about Locha with Auto. So I'm a big Auto Apocalypse fan, even though a lot of people hate him. I don't. Like, I'm not an apologist. He is indeed a crazy, crazy, obsessed creature person. He's terrible. He is so so terrible. Like, he's been the big baddie for Honkai Impact Third for a lot of years. But I love him. Creature, yes. Yeah. Like, with all of the stuff that he's done, I don't think he's human anymore. Actually, he isn't human anymore. I don't think he died human. He became something else. As a simp, I saved up for Kafka. What has he done? So how do we even start? I'll just give out the really short version of it. So basically, when he was a kid, he belongs to like a reputable family, the Apocalypse family, and so since they're like this, prestigious family, people expect a lot from him being an apocalypse child. But when he was a kid, he was kind of useless physically. Like, his physical constitution was kind of weak. So he was pretty much neglected. But the thing with him is he has a bright mind, so he's like a genius level intellect. And so he was like minding his own business as a kid because nobody loves him. He was like alone. So he started building stuff, and he built this kind of airplane thing. Like, it's a mechanical airplane. And he built that as a kid. And then he was flying it outside. And then when it went over, like, it landed somewhere else, he couldn't reach it. This girl came in. Her name is Callan. And she picked it up for him. And this Callan girl is, well, basically, he fell in love with her. They grew up together, and then he fell in love with Callan. But as they grew up, they started having opposing sides about things. Because since Autopocalypse is like an inventor, he practically became a mad scientist along the way. Because they were helping people. Because there's like a Honkai situation happening, and the Honkai is like, it's like the Stellaron for the world in Honkai. So the Honkai is causing problems. Then there's also a war going on and a plague going on, and he was able to create cures for the pandemic and stuff. But then he he was starting to do human experiments, so naturally Callan was like, "What the fuck are you doing? That's not ethical. That's not humane." And so they kind of parted ways. Um, and then that happened, and then Callan met this girl. Her name is Yae Sakura. If you know Yae Miko from Genshin, she's like the variant of Sakura. And then they fell in love. Like, it's legit. It's canon that Callan and Sakura, they had a thing going on. But then Sakura died, and then stuff and more stuff happened. Yaimiko, yes. More stuff happened, and then he was like just tormenting everyone. And then eventually the Honkai crisis grew more serious, and then Callan died, unfortunately. And then that's when the crazy started happening. I mean, he was already crazy, but you know. So Callan died, he kind of lost it, and He started trying to find a way to bring her back, basically. And he became so obsessed with trying to bring Callan back, even though that would technically be against her wishes. Because there was a time that I think Callan's father was dying or already died, and then Otto, through his experiments, was like, "I can save him if you would let me experiment on him." Blah blah blah. And then she was like, "No, just let people die if they really have to go." So yeah, they're just like the ethics. They're always arguing about that. And then sorry, I burped. I drank water, then I burped. Anyway, so Callan died, and then he tried everything in his power to find a way to bring her back. Experiments didn't work. She tried to clone Callan. Um, she couldn't make a perfect clone. I mean, he couldn't create a perfect clone for Callan. So he tried to find other ways to bring her back. His ultimate solution that he found out was to tamper with space and time. Initially, he wanted to turn back time so that he could return to the time that before Callan dies and then try to save her. But in doing that, like if the time was linear and he like he rewinded it to that point in time. It's going to undo the past 500. He lived for 500 years, by the way. So he kind of became immortal with all of his research and everything. So if he turns back time, it's going to erase all of the things that already happened in the past 500 years. So that means everyone who has been born in the past 500 years and every event that happened, it would be erased. So people were like, of course, the protagonists were like, "You can't fucking kill us," blah, blah, blah. And then so they were against that. 500 years, bro's old. Is this person in Locha's coffin the version of Callan? That we don't know yet. I don't think so. They haven't really uncovered it yet. So like they're fighting Otto to prevent him from doing that. And at the end of his journey, he actually succeeded. But it turns out that he found a way to create an entirely separate branch of time and space. So he kind of like it's like he copy pasted their reality and made another clone of that whole world. But instead, in that world, instead of Callan dying, she didn't die. So he was able to do his goal of having his Callan alive and also sparing their world, of like not erasing the past 500 years. So like in the end he was kind of questionably redeemed because he wasn't entirely evil, but he still killed a lot of people along the way and caused problems for many characters. But like in the end he was still able to do that. So and then he died after doing that. Like I cried so fucking. You know what? I'm gonna show you there's an animated short for it, and I really love it. I'm gonna show it to you real quick. It's like 6 minutes or something. Sorry, I really love Otto a lot, so if you're curious, I'm going to show you the Otto Apocalypse. You're curious, yay! And all the other lurkers out there, shout out to the other two people that might be watching. We are now about to view the Auto Apocalypse, my love. But anyway, so yeah, after he did that, he died. It was when he tampered with the imaginary tree. It's a whole lot of things like time, space, continuum. It's really hard to like absorb in one sitting. And I'm not even gonna attempt to like explain everything because it's also confusing to me. But thus, Honkai, by the way, doesn't have English dub. We only have Chinese and Japanese. Hold on. You see a black suit? Yeah, don't worry. I'm trying to fix it. I'm gonna lower the volume down because I think. Then put on the subtitles.
本気で世界を変えようとした時、人は己の無力さに気づく。
Oh, by the way, he has the same voice actor as Kamisato Ayato. Genshin. And this is Kalin. What is going on with this browser?
それは不公平で不合理だ。
So this is like the imaginary tree. This is where like the time, space, reality stuff things are all happening. You can think of it as kind of like the Irminsul from Genshin. But it's not really like the Irminsul. It's like the tree of life, like the Yggdrasil in Norse mythology. So like every branch is a whole world, a whole different world, time and space. And in it are different variants of every soul and person. Then there's just him fighting for his life, trying to get to the imaginary tree. And then this is Kalin. She's about to be hanged. I kind of forgot already what. But yeah, she was getting hanged, and then there was a Honkai attack, and then she dies there, trying to save someone. He's so pretty. I miss him so much.
そして彼女に対する世界の逆襲だ。しかし彼女の信者は決して諦めない。
I think like what I like about him is that he was so obsessed with Kaden. Like it's so extreme that I just gotta respect the dedication. Like 500 years of non-stop research on everything. Like dedicating his whole life to making the impossible work just to save that girl. Like it's so crazy that it's admirable. You're telling me that this bro is physically weak. He used to be, but this is like with all of his upgrades that he worked on for 500 years. So yes, he is OP now because he basically reached the status of a god by this point. He was a god and nobody could like ever defeat him. Because how Honkai works is that you play it by chapters. It's not really like an open world thing. So for this particular chapter, for chapter 26 to chapter 28, you play as him instead of the protagonist. You play as the villain, and you go through all of his journey trying to get to the imaginary tree. And it's so depressing because you know he'll die. But the build up was so great because literally the player base hated him because he was like fucking with the waifu's lives, right? So everybody hated him. Like, not even just in the story. The characters hated him, the people hated him, everybody hated him. Oh, this is where Callan died canonically. He created another branch. And then he became a 5-star full on Genshin, and he became Kamisato Ayato. But there, look at him. He's a 5-star. he became Isekai to Teyvat. No, for real though, like the timing of his death in Honkai and Ayato's first banner, they were kind of close. She's alive. He did his all for you, and you just left him. This is the most selfish thing one can do. He's dead. And then, yeah, this is the mechanical airplane thing. Okay, I'm still gonna watch this. This is from when they were kids. Look at him, he's so pretty. They're so cute. He was just a lonely kid who fell in love with the first sweet woman, the first girl that showed him kindness. This is him creating, what do you call it? Clones. That was wealth, I believe. More clones. That's Kevin. Oh, his airplane. Also, isn't Kevin like the guy who just appeared? Said it's Kevin time, and Kevin all over the place. That is indeed him. No, look at them, the babies. Oh. And the funny thing is, there's one specific comment that I really like. Um. Also, I don't know if it reached you, but when Firefly quote unquote died, it was very reminiscent of how Callan died when she was stabbed. Where's that? Here. Huh? So Otto was evil, but at least now I can understand why. Yeah. He was really obsessive, like very obviously unhealthily obsessive, but he really did some vile stuff. And I'm not, I'm not an auto apologist. Like he was right for that, or some shit like that. I think he's really like deranged. He's not right in the head, but I just gotta respect that dedication for 500 years. It's insane. And I kind of felt bad for him because literally everybody hated him. Like, if you read the comments on this video, oops, it's too big. People are gonna say like, I hated him for blah blah blah, but finally, this ending was really great because blah blah blah. There was this specific comment that that really is kind of funny because Callan, she's a playable character in Honkai. She has like I think 3 battle suits. So battle suits are like separate units, versions of a character that you can have, and none of them are meta. They kind of all suck in gameplay. And then there was this one here. Dude sacrifices his entire life, name, title, family, and friends just to get that Valkyrie that's not even meta. New Kellen battle suit. Yeah, he sacrificed everything for a useless Valkyrie. But in lore though, Kellen is like, she saves people and she's great. Spent 500 years trying to revive someone, and I can't even spend 5 minutes practicing my guitar. Why not? You can do it if Otto can. Wait, no. Don't don't no, don't make Otto an inspiration, but you can do it. I love him so much. He's great. So like when Firefly died, people were like, I understand Otto now. And I was kind of feeling bitter towards that. I mean, I know it's just for funsies, but I was like, y'all hated Otto before, but now with Firefly, you understand him suddenly. So welcome again, or should I say Trailblazer? 2 months ago, this is when Firefly died. Everyone was like, I understand Otto now. Trailblazer becomes the new Auto Apocalypse. If Otto can, so can I. No, that's terrible. Came back after seeing Firefly cutscene, similar like Kalin. Thank you, Star Rail, for turning most of your player base into auto kinnies now. That was our turn, Trailblazers. You know what, Otto? You have a point. Need to start playing. The funny thing is, I stopped playing Star. No, not Star. I stopped playing Honkai Impact Third after Otto died. I just really couldn't get back to it at all. I actually have it downloaded, but I'm literally stuck at the end of chapter 28 after his death. I couldn't continue it anymore. It's been years. It's been like what? It's been 2 years. Holy shit. Is that true? It's been 2 years. Oh my god. Chapter 11. I mean, Honkai has a really great story. But it also is kind of confusing and it has a lot of characters and shit. Like like if you're already playing Genshin and if you're dedicated to the Genshin lore and you also have Star Rail and you're dedicated to Star Rail story, it can get really overwhelming if you try to pick up Impact Third. I also know that Himiko experienced GG. Yeah, she did. That reminds me, you know how we got that letter for the anniversary from Himiko? I cried when I was reading the letter. Yeah, because that letter with the 1600 stellar jades was from her. And I was like reading the stuff that she was like, I'm glad we met you. We have you in this the Astral Express, etc. I was like thinking, I was thinking back to Himiko, the impact that it was like she's dead. Oh my god, I literally teared up. It was crazy. Okay, but I want to do a few, probably one more long Penacony quest, and then I'm gonna dip out. And here I am with Iwan Himiko, not even building her because I don't like her. Holy, we don't talk about the length of this stream. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm just I need the jades. I want Himiko. I need Himiko. I don't have a lot of the standard characters yet. I don't know if you're gonna believe me, but I haven't lost the 50-50 until Avengerine's banner. Like, the first 5-star that I got was Japard from the departure thing, the departure banner, the discounted banner. He's the one that I got. I actually also just got him from the standard banner again, like yesterday. This was literally yesterday. Someone's been on a roll. Well, the thing is, I did stop after Locha's banner. Okay, now we get to the continuation of the auto apocalypse thing. So when Star Rail got announced, and then there were information about Locha, I was like, oh my god, auto apocalypse, playable, playable. And that was around the time that he died in Impact Third. So I was like, hell yeah, I'm definitely gonna play Star Rail. And then eventually I found out that Star Rail was turn based. And then I kind of was like, I'm not sure about that. I'm not a big fan of turn based gameplay. And yet here we are. So I played the game from day one until we got to his banner. Uh, When I got him, I was like, no, this is not auto. I just like him for the face. This is gonna sound insane, but I really just like him for the auto face. But so far he's been really not auto apocalypse like. So it's kind of like the well, basically he's just a variant and he's still not he's a variant of auto apocalypse, but they're not the same. And I was like E0 auto. Yeah. After I got him, I stopped playing Star Rail as well for a couple of months, and then I only got back around. Oh, I got back during Argenti's banner. Then I got him his light cone. So I won all my 50-50s for that. I got Bronya from standard. I think also Bailu. Actually, also got her light cone from standard. I don't really use her. And Welt, I had to work hard for Welt. He's the one that I picked for the from the standard banner pick after 300 pulls. I needed him. I needed to complete my Astral Express family. And then finally, when I was rolling for Eidolons for Aventurine, I got Clara after E1 Aventurine. And then I think I got E1 Bailu as well after E3 Aventurine. No, before E3 Aventurine. Okay, so I lost two 50/50s to date, but yeah. Oh, oh my god, Otto. Oh, I miss him so much. He's dead. Can't believe he's dead. I'm like 15 wishes away from picking a 5-star from the standard. Who are you gonna pick? I really wish I could have Himiko. But yeah, I no longer have it. I wish they could refresh it like yearly, but I guess not. It's only a one-time thing. Bronya E1. Welt E1. What does Bronya E1 do? 50% fixed chance of recovering one skill point. Oh, did you also know that I have this girl on E1? This was accidental. Not really accidental. So I pulled for her, right? I had E0. And then I was pulling some more on her banner. I was hoping I would get I would lose a 50/50 to Welt. But I got E1 after 4 pulls. I don't think it's gonna show on the I don't think it's gonna show in the records anymore. No, it's been a lot of pulls. I don't think it's gonna be there. But I have her E1. She's a great unit, so I don't really regret it. I was just really trying to get Welt anyway. But yeah. Cool, cool, cool. I probably will still E6 Locha eventually, but not now. At least he's there. He pretty. And I don't know why, but like all of my favorites are imaginary characters in this game. Literally, I love all of these imaginary characters, even Welt. Yukong, not so much. Not because she's a female, she's a woman. I love women as well. But I didn't like her. I don't like her personality. she she Asian mothered her child. I kind of hated it. She was being an Asian mother towards her adopted child, so I hated her quest. E2 Acheron, let's go. That's also one of my goals someday. Oh, oh, oh. You scary. Okay, I have this one last thing. Kokona. Information on deals. Okay, let's go with the zero pay director. Oh, he's dancing. Another interesting human. Oh, it's not here. Clocky, wait, what? What are you doing here?
また半年分の業績が消えた。
Welcome to Dreamville. You know how in the light cone banner you have 75% to get the light cone? Yeah? You lost that? I'm so sorry. I haven't lost it so far. What is going on with this Clocky? Can I make him mad? On Danheng's banner? What'd you get? But that guaranteed my Acheron's light cone. Oh, yay! And hopefully you got it at a low pity. Oh, he's mad. I've had it. The Clocky before your eyes pants and breathes heavily. The angle of their thin folded legs against circular clock face shows half past 2 as the heavy hour hand sways back and forth. I got Bronya's light cone. I wish I had her light cone. I don't have her light cone. It is indeed a W. Yeah, that's not too bad. They never had any work themselves. What are you talking about? All they know how to do is give orders. Every other day, it's a voluntary overtime. Oh no, he's a victim. Or we're cutting the half-year performance bonus. Are you... How... We're here daily from dawn until dusk, and the meager alfalfa credits they pay us aren't even enough for a slice of clocky pizza after I've paid my hotel fees. So are you like a person? We all love clocky, but just because we're passionate about it doesn't mean that we're okay with being exploited. Even Boss Stone knows that you can't just be evil without a solid reason. Dagnabbit, aren't cartoons supposed to be... What are you exactly? Then why is it that ever since I came to Dreamville, I've lost all of my happiness? Oh, okay, you're angry. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll make you sad? After a moment of silence, the Clocky before you suddenly transforms into a haggard-looking man. I'm so sorry. I don't feel very well. Can you give me a moment to rest? You're just clocking off right now, huh? I know this is extremely unprofessional, but I just need to breathe for a moment. The exhausted man falls silent again, his expression empty and his eyes unfocused. For some reason, you find yourself wanting to talk to him. Maybe this pitiable expression has inspired some kind of sympathy in you, or maybe his depression isn't. You know, one thing I find really curious with all of the Penacony quests is that they really deliberately like use the terms like depression, schizophrenia, and all that shit. They kind of dance around all of those terms in Genshin, so it's interesting. So you approach him and gently pat his slumped shoulders. To be fair, it makes sense. Oh, definitely. Like, Penacony is the land of... It's the planet of mental illnesses. It was written by the guy who wrote Elysian... Yeah, that too. And also, if I'm not wrong, I'm pretty sure there was like a making of video that they released a couple of months ago about Penacony, and that they actually did consult some mental health experts or something of this sort to create all of these. Do you want to interact with one of the characters? There are more actors over there. Are you okay? Do you need help? Yeah, it's somewhere in their account. Let me check. I haven't really watched it yet, but I'm pretty sure that was a thing. Hold on. Star Rail. Oh, videos. That's not it. Honkai. Oh, there it is. It's kind of been a while since they released that video. Breaking news, White Knight. Ratio? Star Rail, animated shorts, concert, special program. Travel promotion. Oh, here it is. Breaking news Penacony's behind the scenes. I'm just looking at it on my phone, by the way. Oh, that's really loud. From the space. But yeah, I think that the video title is Breaking News Penacony's behind the scenes secrets revealed. That's really cool. Like, I mean, in general, most of MiHoYo's like deeper stories really are kind of dark and depressing. Like, it's the same for Genshin, for Honkai Impact Third. I don't know for the other titles though, because these three are the only ones that I actually played. But like noticeably in Penacony, it's like really in your face. I mean, no one else of my age still thinks that people can rely on their dreams to make a living, right? At first, after I retired, I didn't listen to them and didn't use my fame to live off of advertising deals. Instead, I came running straight to Penacony. In the end, this job was nothing like I imagined. The hotel fees have used up the majority of my savings. Now my body's in no state to get back into the competitive arena. Do you regret it? I'm not even sure. All I know is that right now I feel like Locky without Mr. Soda. I can't get my spirits up or even ignite even a spark of enthusiasm. Thank you for listening to my complaints. I actually feel a lot better now, okay? Dear friend, Kaki is here to serve you today. Oh, he's so sad. A truly good person wouldn't throw a tantrum. Okay. And then I'll make you happy. Oh. There you go. Fixed. Kaki's here to serve you. Brother Hanu is my most reliable companion. Not only did he take me and Mr. Soda to clock dinner, but I don't really understand such elegant things, and I fell asleep halfway through. I was really happy. Good friend, he is hardworking. Whatever he has leftovers, he leaves them for me. I'm so happy I became brothers with them. How lots of other good friends do. They're all happy people. I'll introduce you. I'll share some with you too. Okay, cool. He's happy now. Okay, now for the real stuff. For the real stuff. Did I just go in a circle? Damn. Hey, wanna play a game? Oh, I'm not interested. Do you know what I'm talking about? You'll definitely regret not playing this game. If you received a message from us, say the password. Oh shit. Oh, is this something that I received before? TikTok? Impressive. Oh, you watched the Clocky series, but that's not the pass. Oh, okay. I thought I had it. Charge. Right, that's the catchphrase for Brother Hanu. Since you know the answer, you'll be allowed to shoot your films. Yay! I marked the filming area and got the equipment ready. Come here when you're ready. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Oh, that's kind of far. Oh, cool. Oh, okay. Oh, is this just like the second part to the thing and the stuff? Oh, it is. Does it have jades? Tell me it has jades. Oh, I'm a staff member of Clock Studios theme park and I'll be your guide through the program while the park is closed. The family said they were doing a security check, but ended up creating tons of Dream Jolt Troop monsters and Memory Zone memes. And something even chopped our precious mega screen. That's Acheron! Oops, sorry, I shouldn't complain to guests. As I thought, you're trying to make me work for free. Why not give it a try first? Our designers have turned the movie production process into a game, and you'll get a small gift upon completion. I wonder who could that be. And I'm not sure. Have you seen like the 2.2 dev stream, the live stream? Where I don't know any Ekron. I only know certain her share of thunder. You'll have fun. We will actually fix up the screen, and I'm kind of on the fence with that because I like the touch of like the battle collateral damage. I don't want it to be fixed, to be honest. Cause like it's aesthetic. It's a remnant of the battle. I'll take my leave. Have fun. Don't forget the terms. Oh, I didn't even pay attention. It's fine. It'll be fine. It's just a game. Oh! There are jades! Oh, I forgot how to play this. Oh. When you face obstacles coming from both sides, press and hold the flip button. Okay, in the sequel mode, the tracks will continue endlessly. Oh, okay. Whoa. Okay, I can do this. It's fine. Oh wait, what? Oh, no! Shit. Can I just like be squishy forever? Turbo dash. Pew! Boom. Oh shoot. Oh motherfucker. If I become a flat pancake, then... Okay, so the only problem with that is that I don't get the coins or the whatever. Pew! Oh shoot, I am dead. The joy in your voice. We are in dire need of stellar jades. Oh, motherfuck. Mother. Gives you 100 points. Oh, I see. Okay, that's really sad. What do you mean I can't cheese this game? Oh! God damn. What are those anyway? Are those acorns? Bells? What? Pyong. Pyong. Oh. Pyong. Oh, fuck. Pyong. What? I can't fucking time it. Oh my god. Oh shoot. Oh fuck. Oh my god. Oh, this is hell. Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? Oh, it's too fast. It's too fast. It's too fast. Okay, we're fine. Oh, that's dumb. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm so disoriented. Oh! Damn. It's just gonna take forever. By the way, in the supercharged mode, you can hit the... Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. 15,000 points and my highest score is 2,000. I can't even get the first one. All for a total of 30 jades. I'm just gonna fucking pay the god show. No way. Fuck. You did the thing. What do you mean you're just gonna be the gotcha? My highest score with all my best, my might, and my energies. Oh, it's like 2k. I need 5k. I need double of that. Holy shit, man. That's actually so... That is so sad. Ooh. Boom. Fuck. Oh, man. Oh yeah, I can. I'm fine. I'm safe. I'm powerful. I can kill them all. I can no longer kill them all. Oh fuck. What do you mean I died there? No, I'm done with that. I got one stellar jet. Yay! Oh, he's just a doggo. I don't want to disturb them. What else? What else? What else? Are we missing? Oh, I'm missing one. One treasure chest. I wonder where. Eh? Oh, they're chilling. I don't want to disturb them. I'm just passing through. I need water. I'm gonna refill my water. Hold on. He's so pretty. Alright, let's do this. So this is not the thing that we're looking for. We want this one. Imaginary tree. That's where Otto died. Damn. Oh, that's a banana. Oh, my dear Robin. Are you good? What? I can't get enough of you? Is that what he said? No matter how many times I watch it, Robin's beauty still amazes me. Her smile, her outfits, her wings, and that halo, it's such a treasure. Fervent meal fan. Why does it say meal? Okay. Why can't it be just fervent fan? Where's it? I'll just take this poster home. I'll keep. There are so many typos in Penacony. I don't understand why. I'll be keeping her beauty all to myself. No one else should get their hands on it. Bros to Robin simp. What dread? Why can't I tear it down? Arg. You're destroying public property. Sunday we'll hear about this. Bro, what are you doing? Oh, he's crying and shit. Oh my god. Oh, wait, you're. This is Leslie. That's Leslie right there. Also, she's dead. Did you know Robin is dead? Your dear Robin is dead. Welcome, guys. I'm the shop owner here. Kokona, how may I assist you? With a precise smile, obviously honed from years of training. Bro is traumatizing him. He'll be fine. What particularly captures your attention is her voice. Limpid, bright, but with a hidden tinge of fatigue. Oh, she's overworked. Jewelry, wristwatches, handbags. I'd like to peruse your goods. I think I came to the wrong place. This is not us. The Trailblazer doesn't say stuff like peruse. I'd like to peruse your goods. Allow me to give you a general introduction first. You're a first-time dream chaser. Oh. We have a fake identity? Are you having fun here? I haven't tried everything yet. Most grandiose dreamscape brimming with the cosmos. Myriad treasures. It's nice being young. Seeing you reminds me of the times when I was still a student. Back then, as a native of Penacony, I dared not utter a wrong word anymore. I have a few outfits that I think would be perfect for you. Fitting clothes are like bosom friends. You're still young and you'll encounter them eventually. Okay, your overcoat, I like to... Okay. Bro's gonna go the auto way. Let them do it. See if they can. Nobody does it like Otto. I am normal, I swear. This overcoat took 50 Dreamscape weavers 30 system hours to thread together. Other mass-manufactured products pale in comparison. It is made from ancient materials harvested from the memory zone. So you're saying it's fake? The overall style is chic, yet elegant. I like to take at this pair of black boots. These boots materials hail from an outer planet, requiring the colossal mental efforts of 80. Okay. Harvest of these materials was highly dangerous. Why? How? The very reason that only 200. Okay, she's just making up stuff. 300 pairs of this limited design were sold this season. Oh, you're a scammer. I'd like to take a look at these white pants. Avant-garde creation by the renowned designer Mr. Kunde. Kunde? Special mention has to be made of his embroidery of a certain famous painter. That's all. Why does it feel a bit forced? This is the latest issue of Dream Couture. You can learn more about the fashion. Passes your magazine. She's a frown creasing her brow and her body wavers. You good? Why is she tweaking? You pick up the Dream Couture and flip through it. Your eyes perusing the stream of its dazzling catalog until a note falls. What is this? Month, day, a leather coat delivered to Miss Vitata? Hakuna Matata? A limited edition handbag delivered to Miss Anna. Today, 3 more customers have appointments at the store. Mrs. Jurin? Though Mrs. Jurin passed away a long time ago. What am I writing? After I had a visit from someone in the family, I seem to have forgotten a lot of things. I'm not as easily discouraged as before, but my heart always feels empty, and I get tired easily. When I get the chance next time, I'll ask the family. I keep feeling that they took something. Oh, they've always been doing that. Okay, what's going on? Look, But you two just chatted moments ago. Oh, she's broken. How may I assist you? You should take a break. Don't worry, I'll save you. What was that random clocky though? Oh, okay. Something's not quite right. I feel it too. That lady with a nice voice, she's lacking something in her. Again? So, okay. She thinks there's a void in her heart. Like she forgot something really important. I reckon she's lost some part of her heart. We must help make her whole again. I will fix you, don't worry. Sorrow streams into Kokomi's heart like a stinging surge, jumbled memories and past drowning her like a turbulent tide. So this is the life I live? No, don't say that. We all work every day. That makes me feel like my daily work is making me feel... Kokona tightly clutches her clothes and her body starts to shiver. Doesn't look too good. What is happening? Can you hear me? We all work every day, nuh-uh. Why don't you work every day? You've got to get it together when you wake up. When you wake up, it'll all be fine. It's working hours now. Oh no. This is kind of just... This is a little too real. I don't know if I like this class. You're in school? Oh no. Well, good for you, but you'll be working soon. Every day. Just like before, deep breaths, don't cry. You just have to get through this. Oh, that is so sad. The situation seems to be getting out of control. Just got to wait till the light appears over the horizon. Until then. What do you mean? The dream nurse. I remember that girl. She is an Intellitron if I remember right. Playable Intellitron when? Playable Skrillum when?
暇だし何かゲームでもしようか。
Tin 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 tin. If you've just woken up from a dream, remember, this is reality. Oh, that luxury goods shop owner. Oh, she is the owner. She suddenly became very depressed. I feel like she's become somewhat dazed. Probably side effects from her prior treatment? I recall that she received special treatment not too long ago. She has a decent job and great income, but is always plagued by such problems it really baffles me. Nonchalantly continues working on whatever she has on hand, as if it isn't the first time she has encountered this problem. What sort of treatment did you give her? The relevant personnel have already handled her emotions accordingly. She should have already forgotten all the unhappy memories. Conversely, forgetfulness, sleepiness, and dull reactions are unavoidable since side effects. Okay, now this reminds me of Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. It's this movie with Jim Carrey and Kate Winslet. And they have a similar treatment. Like there's this clinic, and one of their treatment includes erasing any unwanted memories for their clients' request. It's a good movie. It's one of my favorites. Please forgive me for not being able to reveal too many details regarding the treatment. It's a rule set by the family. Thank you for informing me of Miss Okona's recent situation. I will dispatch people to deliver more of the special drink to her. It's a very special recipe of soul glad, specially prepared for those like Okona. Special drink unique in the dreamscapes. Y'all just gonna drug her like that? Drink it within the dreamscape, and she will temporarily forget the troubles and suppress those negative emotions, allowing her to properly focus on her work and lead a normal life. I can deliver it quicker for you. You mean I'll give the special drink? You're just gonna give out medication like that to some random person? Okay? You're such a helpful dream chaser. Oh yeah, I forgot that we're apparently parading as a dream chaser. I forgot how that started, to be honest. I'll be troubling you with this matter then, just as well. I have other guests to look after right now. Giovanna is visibly pleased that she can end this conversation quickly. Soul Heal. Special mix, a special beverage given to you by Giovanna, the dream nurse. It helps to suppress negative emotions and assist people in engaging with their no. It's an antidepressant. Do you know Giovanna? Oh yeah, I don't watch JoJo, but probably. Is she like similar somewhat? Or is it just really the name? I've seen people say that Ratio, some of his posts and stuff are also JoJo references, but I can't really relate. IPC is pushing again. It's only the name. Okay, okay, cool. Return to the Kokona. Oh. Oh. Why do I even try with the keyboard? Damn. Hey, what? Oh, I used the wrong teleport. How do I? Let me go up, and then Are they okay? Could get. Wait, what? What? Get a real treasure chest. What? I have your meds. Fine beads of sweat emerge on her forehead. Some passing guests notice this strangeness and start to murmur and point at her. What the fuck? Welcome, esteemed guest. I am the shop owner. Thank you for your assistance. I was just momentarily shocked. I never thought I had forgotten so many things. Look, I'm all recovered. Still feel like something's off. I brought the soul heal. But I don't need such a thing any longer. What happened? I'm very happy to remember the events that happened in the past. Even if they brought back unhappy memories. They're all bygones. I used to be trapped in my hesitation, afraid to move forward, but now I think I've finally found a way to resolve it all. I'm truly happy. I don't believe you. You sure you're really alright? I've never felt this good before. Please don't worry about me. Oh, is she manic? Is she having a manic episode now? I really miss the gentle breeze and grass and life. I really want to find a quiet, soft meadow, lie in it, and doze off. I'll take a walk with you. It's work hours now. I can't simply leave my station. But if you really wish to help, I do have a request to ask of you. I lost something at the hotel in the dreamscape. It was a record. Could you help me bring it back? You look like you have a mighty air about you. You definitely won't be intimidated by those strange incidents going on in the hotel. I'm sure a lot of HSR players and Genshin players missed grass. I'll help you get it back. You should drink the special. I'll help you get it back. Oh, okay, so we really want to make her drink the thing. Fine. Okay, if it'll make you happy, please give it to me. I have a bad feeling about this. I feel like all of the quote-unquote fixes that we're doing with all of the NPC stories are like half not really great. I don't know, just give it to her. Man. Look, I've drank it all. Now please rest easy and go. You're not gonna die, right? You'll be fine, okay? Money has... What? Money has no meaning to me anymore. Damn. What? Go to Penacony, the Reverie Dreamscape. How do... Wait. Something onto death. Is it over here? Nope. The place that Miss Kokona mentioned should be around here. Intense emotions will cause anomalies in the dreamscape. I should be able to get that record after eliminating. Time to fire. I saw you.
サイは投げら全てを失うかはたまた手に入れるか非か落葉の余波
It should be fine if I auto it, right?
真理を探り語尾を根絶するマイナスだ
気をつけて
0点
And we're done. Our record laden with dust and scratches. There's only one song recorded on it, and its name is Envision a Rose Forthcoming. Barfs. Oh, she's throwing up. It's disgusting. It's just to make me stay obediently here, to make you forget who exactly I am. That thing, I don't need it ever again, never again. Barfs, barfs. It's here. Look, I didn't forget this time, huh? You've already retrieved the record? Wonderful. She did not like to drink. Why are we acting like we didn't see that? Are we okay? It was sung by a singer you liked? We really just glossed over the fact that we... Okay. I guess you could say that. Kakuna takes the record and fruitlessly tries to clean up the grime on the record, but to no avail. After I lost it on that day, I never thought I would ever give it back. I will fall asleep while listening to it. Even better if I don't ever wake up. Don't say that. Discard and battered soul. This is probably the best ending. No! It's a little strange, you think? I have something to tell you. It's urgent. Get over here. Clocky. I think something's very wrong. You think? What? She just... She literally just said she doesn't want to wake up. How is this normal? Change is too abrupt. I'm really worried about what she's thinking. We patched up Kokona's lost emotion and made her memory somewhat more lucid, but it just made her sadder. I've got a feeling she's being tortured by something horrific, like the family, maybe? I've got a bad feeling that if we leave her alone here, something very bad will happen. It may be a bit intrusive, but the only thing we can do is to take a look inside her heart. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Kokona, let me enter your mind. Kokona's eyes stare at the record, oblivious to everything around her. It's as if she's been completely devoured by her dejection. We will not abandon you. Oh. That's fine. Imaginary team wins them all. I would gladly abandon Kokona. Why? Oh, why are we on the rooftop? This is the world of Kokona's heart. Swaying buildings on the verge of collapse in such dizzying height. What are we doing here? Oh, no, no, stop, no. What? The song. What? Are y'all hearing that? Let me up the volume. This they put on the Robin song. The damn. A young girl singing faintly echoes across the arena. It lingers for a long while, as if longing for something, and then a memory rises from the sweet epilogue. If I could stop one heart from breaking, yeah. That's amazing. Be it pitch, oh, so it was her record. She used to be a singer, I think. Those in your age group. You have a superb understanding of music and can quickly capture the spirit that's being conveyed in the song. You're a rare talent. Satin, low, high pitches, precious gift. Truly admire your guidance. I've never dreamed that such beautiful songs could be produced from my voice. We should become a 1 in a million singer. Arduous training. The competition is in this industry is brutal. For now, I just simply love to sing. Are you not ready yet? I missed many golden opportunities when I was your age. Treasure your talent. Having a dream is a childish, cruel thing. If it isn't attained, the pain from a shattered dream may utterly destroy a person. Don't look back. You belong to a grander, more magnificent stage. I'll do my best. This is your final lesson. That is Himiko's line before she died. This is your final lesson, Kokona. I will teach you everything I know. I will hold nothing back. Oh, we are her. We became her. She's a playable NPC. What the hell? Oh my god, that is. I feel like this is the first time that this has happened. I don't. Okay, we can't jump. I'm an NPC! But that's really contradictory because I'm a playable. She's a playable, non-playable. Oh, that's actually great. That is so cool. Dun, dun, dun. This piano is like my friend. Joy or sorrow, I always share them with me and bring me comfort. I will feel myself transported to another world. Play a melody. I suddenly thought of a good motif. If we expand on it just a little, perhaps we can even pen a nice melody. What name should I give it? Friend. Kokona, you're about to graduate soon. Have you decided on what you want to do in the future? Me? I haven't decided. Don't be shy. How about I tell you what I want to do first, then you tell me. I have no grand ambition, no desire to become some financial elite. I only hope to get a decent job at the Gilded Hour. What is the Gilded Hour again? Is it like the commerce section of the Dreamscape? But our mysterious Kokona, beautiful Kokona, smart. She's definitely different from me. You want to become a singer? I knew you were different. When you hold a concert at the Penacony Theater, I'm going to show off to everyone. Look, that's my best friend. You're so smart. Why do I feel like she's kind of condescending? It doesn't feel sincere. Or do I just have trust issues? And you succeed in everything you do. I can't wait for the day that I'll be able to wave glow sticks and cheer for you on stage. I bet you'll be so gorgeous when the time comes. Okay, she sounds genuine, I guess. Have you been working hard recently? You're always in the days in class. I've only written an opening so far. Envision a rose forthcoming. I'm certain it'll be a great song, judging from its name. Your dream will shine bright as Penacony's 12 hours. I'm impressed just thinking about it. Parents, you're all grown up. Why do you keep refusing us? You're refusing to tell us your plans. I wonder who she takes after. Have you ever cared about her one bit? You know what? Keep fighting. You're just like your father, always making me mad. You have no idea how much I've worried for this family. What are your plans for the future? Say that again. I don't think I heard you right. We shouldn't have let her join that student choir. Oh, y'all suck. Not even classically trained. You're not exactly pretty. What the fuck? And your voice is ordinary at best. Let's think of something more practical. Y'all suck. I could walk this path. I want to go out and learn. And work hard for a scholarship. How many more years do you want to study? You're not young anymore. Stop acting like a naive child. Have you been misled by that music teacher again? He just thinks you're naive and easy to fool. You must remember that you're different from the family and those wealthy dream chasers. We've worked a long time at the hotel, but singing is my dream. Oh, she... Okay. They suck. Why are you so stubborn? Mouthing off the word dream. Do you not think yourself strange? You'll be so immersed in dreams all day that you won't ever want to wake up. What's there to gripe about? They aren't meant to be a means of living. You should choose carefully. I wish to work something related to music. Oh shoot. Related to music! Oh, your only choice is to work at the luxury goods store. When you officially start work, we'll help save your wages. You don't know the first thing about managing your expenses. It's better you keep your wages. It's all for my own good. Oh man. Touch. My already rotten future. Wakona is just up ahead. What memories will I encounter this time? Maybe I have to see through to the end to reach the depths of her heart. Okay, where are you headed? Oh. Oh, where's she? Oh. Continuing to the sea of memories to experience Kokona's past. To the nightstand outside, waiting for someone to arrive. Oh, she's dead. This person is dead. What would you like to look at today? You're finally here. I've waited for you for so long. Were you satisfied with the long coat? Complimented me when I wore it out as if I looked 10 years younger. It's all thanks to your recommendation that I've been able to find a few soulmates. You're especially suited for cooler tones. It matches your skin tone and body shape. Your voice is ever so melodious. If I recall correctly, you love to sing. You too should talk when you're free. I'm afraid you recalled wrongly. I've never studied music. We're just joking. You know how people ramble at my age. Aw. She shouldn't have taken that compliment back. Please follow me. That day, Mrs. Gerwin had a fruitful haul. Store star employee. Okay. Why is her EQ so low? She's a local. She's just trying to move up in the world. What do you mean EQ? Like emotional quotient? Or EQ? Picky and rude. If only I had a beautiful voice like yours. I'd surely mesmerize those fat cats into emptying their pockets. The Penacony lore, it's huge, but not as huge as Leslie's lore. There's still a lot of missing information for the Leslie lore. They aren't like that. I'm only being sincere to the guest. Are you saying our attitude isn't sincere? We all know someone even ran into you having a meal with Mrs. Gerwin's son the other time. I heard you two were getting quite cozy too. So how far into the relationship are you? They're all masters at manipulating people's feelings. There was another time where you were in the boss's office for a long time chatting and laughing. I bet you got quite a windfall. It's not what you think. Please hear me out. Come on, it's fine. You're still young and perfectly normal to be showy about those things. You think the more senior staff don't think about using relationships to skip ahead? Oh, goddamn. You Penacony natives sure put everything on the line, willing to go the whole length just to rise through the ranks. Alright, I hear you also got this job through connections. A word of advice from someone who's been around the block? Those parlor tricks are enough for you to find a decent job, but to knock on the door of the elite with such moves. Don't cry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have said all this in front of everyone. Shift schedule and that report to you. I see. Returns to reality, dreading the next day's arrival. What a show off. Okay. What else did they say about me? Okay. Let me tell you, I'm not trying to be a tattletale, but Kokona, I've heard, let me settle this. What? What's wrong with you recently? If you keep this up, I'm going to start wondering whether I should renew your work contract. I can't scam our loyal customers. There's a problem with this recent batch of goods. You best remember, in Golden Hour, those wealthy customers... Oh yeah, she was trying to scam us earlier too. But branding. As long as there's a brand in the story, they'll gladly buy even a torn hemp pouch. The rich care not if a purchased pair of jeans is easily worn. This isn't fair to the customer. If this world was fair, those indolent rich folk should never have existed. Isn't this entire dreamscape a beautiful lie spun by the family? Wake up, nobody cares. If what you say is the truth. That you maliciously stole away their loyal customers and damaged our work. I'm quite disappointed in you. Stop posting like you can afford to maintain so-called virtues. She's just a good girl. I'll give you a deadline of 5 system hours. If you can't get your 5 hours to get your performance up? But I'm not in the wrong. I'm not in the wrong. Then who is me? You should absolutely rid yourself of those bad habits. I may never be able to hold my own in the dreamscape. I've been a caged bird since birth. I should have realized that, but Be more strict on yourself, Kokona. You carry the wishes of so many people on your shoulders. Ego. I don't know who I am either. Many are the same in this world. You can lie to everyone, but you can't lie to yourself. This is like adventuring all over again. Her share of ego. You can't come to find me. You haven't come to find me for a long time, and yet you're here now. What do you want? What do you want? What do you desire? I need a new me. When you were young, you once made yourself a promise. No matter what happened, you would always smile. But now you've entirely forgotten. You will use any and all means to destroy your own innocence, kindness, honesty, and principles. Will you sever it in a heartbeat or tortuously grind it down with time? After you kill me, what will you have gained? What else can you leave for yourself? I had no choice. I already know I'm not your match. All virtues are shattered with a single touch. But I will give my all to resist you. I am your innocence, kindness, honesty, and principles. No matter what, I still hope to leave behind a seed, a bloom of a future's rose. It's like the opposite of Aventurine's, like, the whole thing. What is future? What is evil self? But this is the good self. Vanquish your innocence. Oh, I'm trying to read. Oh, it's gone. Okay, fine.
好きに使ってくれ。さあ、飲め。総理、世を注が。
Are we done? You won. Oh wait. Oh no. Oh, that's bad. Oh no. Well, so we defeated her innocence, her kindness, her oops. To leave a blooming of a future's rose. We shouldn't have done that. I don't need that version of myself anymore. She only brings me harm. No! From today, I'll start learning how to live again. I'll integrate myself into their world. I'll free myself from this sadness. I still remember the only hint of sweetness in my life. Unmeltable in memories. Oh no. I feel like... Is he gonna break up with us? That is... Oh wait, no. Is he gonna say that Gerwin is dead? Oh, Mrs. Gerwin is dead. The ice cream has lore? I feel like this is really bad news. Kokona, who lived in cold darkness, used to possess a single ray of light. I do not wish to continue living like this. Why is his name Pound? After winning this match, we will still earn money, enough money to leave Penacony. Still remember that planet we talked about, blanketed in azure seas. It has distinct seasons. Bros called Pound. It is a place where we can truly live. We would be with each other. Oh, okay, he actually wants to leave Penacony. He wants to leave and heal. Do you have to compete? Wait, what? Oh, yeah, after I win the thing. Wait. Winning this... What match? We'll have no problem supporting ourselves temporarily with your income, but you and I know that this isn't the life we want. This life shackled in dust. But I'm a pro at Robo Ball. What is Robo Ball? Kokona's lover poses comically, eliciting a laugh from her. They embrace and cuddle up against each other yet again. The Penacony looks quite pretty in reality as well. The neon lights of the dreamscape makes me think of the unfathomable sea. I feel lost all the time. 20 degrees Celsius and it's only 10 a.m.? Oh, is that really... That's already hot for you? It gets really hot here. So 20 degrees is... No, I don't mean it in a... No, I mean to say... I hate the hot... I get you. I get you. I hate the heat as well. But I would... What I wouldn't give for 20 degrees right now. But yeah, of course, make sure to always hydrate and use sunblock, sunscreen if you're going out. It's a wondrous, a dreamy illusion of to outsiders' eyes, but only we know its true nature. Buried are the numerous remnants of people's dreams beneath the golden hour. For it to be winter again, right? And the inspiration has suddenly struck me. Envision a rose forthcoming. Pound. I know how to end this song. I've also made up my mind. Huh? In 10 days, we will board the spaceship departing Penacony and wake up from the dream, embracing our real lives. Obviously, this did not work out. What happened? I have to train hard and reach my best state to bring back the trophy for you. Are you really not coming to see me? And what is Robo Ball? I should also take this time to hand over my work. When the time comes, we will meet at our old haunt. Did he die? Oh, there's more. Before leaving Penacony, there's still things to collect. Where did it go? What time? It is 3:55 p.m. Kokona, close your eyes. You feel something made from a soft, smooth, and solid material sliding into your palm, the warmth of another person lingering on its surface. Guess what this is? A record? I still didn't get... Also, what? Why is his name suddenly Lover? Why? Why is it not a record? What is it? A ship ticket. Oh. We can enjoy the stars together that way. 2 window seats. Oh. Ascended from to Lover. What happened with that? Did she like forget his name? So light yet so heavy as it possesses the power to drag the future. I'm going to Taikian and joining the competition. I'll come back and look for you when it's over. In case I forget, I'll be leaving my file. You can count on me. Don't worry, I'm the only one who can beat me. I'll hurry back. First thing. There's something you're forgetting to give me. Tiptoes and gently kisses Pound's face. Oh, they're so cute! With this kiss, I'll never lose. Don't forget Ambition the Rose forthcoming. I will be the first person to hear it. Oh, he's so really nice and supportive. We love that. And then he dies probably. I don't know. With this kiss I summon. You know what? I stopped. Yeah. Who says that? I used to really like Jujutsu Kaisen, but I kind of stopped after the Shibuya arc. Megumi. Hello, Pound. I'm gonna. The original line is this treasure I summon. I see. Did you have to wait long? I was worried sick since he didn't contact me after. Did he lose? That isn't Pound. Oh, that's not Pound. Stranger. What happened? I'm Pound's friend. I'm here to deliver. Did he leave me? Did he die? My bed is on. He died probably, or he promised to meet me here, and we. I feel like he left us. I'm guessing the reason Pound had me deliver this message to you is, it's because he probably won't be returning to Penacony. Did bro ditch me? I think so. Are you alright? Damn. It's just regretful. But Pound hoped that I would tell you the whole truth. He believed that it would make you feel better. That motherfucker. I even complimented him earlier. I take that back. In order to achieve his promise to you, Pound borrowed a sum of money from the family, an inordinate amount. He used all this money on a bet, and he bet that he would become a champion. He probably lost. Was superb, but competition always has its unpredictability. Pound only lost the championship by a hair's breadth. Ugh. I think you know what he means. Oh, is he dead? Is he safe? I don't know, and I don't think I want to know. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, wait. I take back what I took back. Did he just die? Why can't people just tell me the truth right away? So I understand, but you should understand. I understand, but you should understand. Paul really cared for you greatly and hoped that he would trade himself to fulfill your wishes. He would not have undertaken such a great risk. Pound wanted me to give you this. It's two expired tickets for the Robo Ball competition. I'm guessing it was a match for you both. You both watched back then. Received the tickets with trembling fingers. That's all I have to deliver. I wish you a happier life down the road. We don't even know if he's alive or not. I don't need any of them anymore. Oh. Oh, we're kind of close to the edge. Kokona stares blankly at the plant before her as if her soul had been buried in that blackened soil. I don't want to show either. Tickets? Making an airy sound, just like her heart shattering mutely among splintered pearls and jade. Oh, I throw away both. She hurls the record into the flower bed. She's also a prisoner of this web of tragedy. There's more. Should be the destination of Kokona's memories, right? And I'm playing as Aventurine. One of the most traumatized characters. Isn't it fun? No! 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 Can I jump with you? No. Kokona? Standing at the edge of the rooftop. Oh, so A silent wind breathing against her silken hair. But I mean, we have her. We met her, so she didn't push through with it. A single teardrop is carried by the wind towards you, grazing your cheek. It is still boiling hot. It's 10 a.m. A.m. You gotta go. Okay, sure. No problem. Have a great day, and thank you so much for it's been great having all of these quests with you. So thank you so much. I hope you're gonna have fun, but finishing the quest. I'm not sure about that. But yeah, thank you so much. Have a great day. Kokona, I must calm her down. Bye bye. Yeah, take care. This may be my last chance. I have to help her out. Kokona, it's me. Please let me leave. I've heard it all by now. It's all pointless no matter how much effort I put in. Do you remember your song? It probably can't be called a complete song. It's nothing but a third-rate, defective piece of work. Just like what I am now. To survive in this world, I have to keep cutting off pieces of my own soul and discarding them until finally there's nothing left but an empty shell that detests life. On the path to becoming a shop owner, I discovered many inner qualities that made me hate myself. I betrayed myself time and again in exchange for what is so-called success in the eyes of others. But I wasn't able to change totally. Guilt always caught up with me, inevitably interrogating with my conscience. I was too twisted and it was too painful. This dream had no place for me. As long as there's life left, everything is worth saving. No matter what happens, don't give up on yourself. No, this is my salvation. Thank you for your compassion, but I'm afraid you won't understand. For someone like me, this choice isn't up to me. The voice within guides me. I have no freedom and I am only able to be led by them. It's alright to respond to it even just once. It agrees. As long as I follow it, bad things will disappear. Please talk to me, Kokona. Oh, this is kinda... This is kind of setting me on edge. I feel this is probably that quest where, depending on how you answer it, she will probably jump or not. Your life, I bet it was fulfilling and lovely and lively. That's why you think that all hardships can be overcome through talking. Talking to your closest friends about your most innermost truth. I've tried it before many times. Sometimes it's begging, sometimes it's a struggle, and other times I'm drowned by its black tide. No matter how hard I try, the outcome stays the same. I can't win. I just can't. Come with me, Kokona? No. Listen, it's here. It's finally taken me away from this place of sorrow. Leave this place behind. Leave all your troubles behind. Grab Kokona's hand. You grab Kokona's hand in one sweeping motion. The touch of icy cold shoots a pain up your arm, the warmth seemingly draining from your grasp with each passing second. Who are you? You shouldn't have interfered. You have no right. Do you wish for me to stay? To stay in this world with nothing but desolation to continue bearing, suffering? I can't take this anymore. This is my limit. Let me go. Oh no, did I fuck it up? Please. Let go, let go. Grab Kokona's hand. I'm sorry, Kokona. I can't just stand by and watch and let you fall. Your grip remains tightened over Kokona's hand, trying your utmost to transfer your warmth to her. Do you think that you're helping me? You're hurting her. You hurt her. Don't you think others have tried. You think I've never met people like you? They're all just trying to do something in the spur of the moment to feel good about themselves. None of you can understand. You're not helping me. No. Let me be free. Grab Kokona's hand. I'm sure I don't understand Kokona, but I know as long as there's life, there are possibilities. The surface of her cold skin appears to have grown hooks. Sharp, searing pain pierces into your palm. But you refuse to let go, idiot. Don't believe in promises again. Don't be fooled again. I've had enough. I've had enough. All of you keep showing up in my life one after another, giving me false hope time and again. And then abandoning me halfway, leaving me to pick up the pieces, leaving them to grow on me like parasites, decaying, spreading. I can't bear it any longer. I've had enough of playing the tragic support role in all of these stories, all that suffering. Please let it end. I don't want to struggle any longer. I'm not your family, your mentor, not even a doctor. All I know is it's absolutely not the time to let go right now. You lose almost all the feeling in your hand from the cold and pain, but still hang on even more tightly. You see the sadness in Kokona's face, her loneliness and rage slowly subsiding, replaced by a sliver of puzzlement. I will always hold on to you till this dreamscape disintegrates, even if I have to force you to stay here. Do you know that this thing you're fighting against isn't a real person? It's a disease, a nightmare, and an unseen enemy that can't be touched. I know you're very strong, but no matter how powerful you are, you'll never be able to defeat a formless enemy. Even if it's still pointless, I still have to change it. You really are a strange one. It's gone now. It'll be back, that I'm sure of. But at least for now, at this very moment, I'm not being wielded by it. Thank you for not giving up on me. Oh, even if just for a fleeting moment. But you've at least let me understand now that someone still cares. That someone believes in my resolve to fight it. Holy shit. I also have one request, mister. As long as it doesn't hurt you, I'll listen to every word. You are certain the smile is coming from the bottom of her heart and marred by emotional complications. Could you please loosen your grip a little? It kind of hurts. Okay, did we save her? I'm hoping we saved her.
暇だし何かゲームでもしようか
I hope to find her quickly. I hope everything's alright. Kokona, please? Oh. If only someone would lend me some money. It's you. I felt like I just had a long dream within a dream, and you were in it too. The dream's details. I can't remember them clearly, but I can vaguely feel that. Kokona's gaze and yours meet, and her face suddenly flushes red. I somehow feel that the reason I'm standing here is all thanks to you. But I've always been in a dream. How could I have fallen asleep? It's all very confusing to me. Could it have been an illusion? It's good that you're alright. Thank you. As for the rest of what happened, I think I'd better leave it that. I'd better leave that be. I've lived a long time in Penacony. I'm more than clear that some things are best left unasked. I'm now feeling very good. The last felt so refreshed. It felt like a lifetime ago. Maybe a little embarrassing to say, but I now really want to sing. I don't know if you know how I feel right now. Go forth and let loose your voice then. But I don't sing very well. Come on, let everyone hear your singing voice. Please hold on. You grab Coconu's wrist and take her to the Clocky Plaza. I'm nervous and I can feel my knees going weak. I'm your most avid fan. Okay, yeah. Mister, I got it. I'll give it a try. This song is called Envision a Rose Forthcoming. I wish to dedicate it to you and to myself. Oh. Close your eyes and look ahead. Those unfinished paintings and the songs that are still playing. What would give that vibrant world look like? Hell yeah! Will there be a dream there too? Will there be a fathomless sea? Will birds sing at sunset? Oh, there's more people! Can you smell the fragrance of time? Lost ones look forth their lies not void. But that rose from future is yet to bloom. Became more euphonious and you know your perseverance is not in vain. Oh, we fixed her! Towards the brighter side. Oh! It's the opposite of the other side! It's the brighter side! Hold on to your life even in the face of adversity. Oh, that's really nice. So like, it's yet another quest that tackles depression and suicide. I actually appreciate. Oh, that's really interesting that I had Aventurine. It's like it's a great parallel to Aventurine's journey before he went on to the stage and everything. And I love that they mentioned that she's aware that it's gonna return because definitely that's what depression does. It never really gets cured. But you have the good times and then the bad times and then eventually you hope for the good time to come again. That's really just how you do it. I'm really proud of you, Kokona. Wait, Kokona loses herself? In her song, her voice becomes more euphonious and confident. I'm really proud of you, Kokona. You did it. I'm really curious about what happens if you let go of Kokona's hand. Damn. That's crazy. Okay. Well, I'm going to pull up YouTube and see if we can like view what happens if you let go of her hand. I'm really curious about that. Coco. Nah. Let go. Hold on, that's really loud. Oh, that's not it. I truly envy you. I'm guessing you've got plenty of people around you who can put a smile on your face. That's why you're so enthusiastic and sunny about everything. I've tried it before many times. Sometimes it's begging, sometimes it's a struggle, and other times I'm down. Okay, it's the same. I just can't. Oh, OP is struggling. They can't choose. Immediately, just like that, Kokona turns her head, giving you one last glance. Her eyes are brimming with sorrow, loneliness, and gratitude. Fuck. Thank you. Thank you for respecting my wishes. It's time to go, Kokona. What the fuck? That rose has bloomed. Come with me, we're leaving. Kokona turns back, facing the curtain, avoiding the distance. You think you can see the corners of her mouth curl slightly. This is the happiest day of my life. No, that's another. It's a parallel to Adventure. Like, before he went out and set himself out for the quest to do his grandest death, he was also like, it's best to die with no regrets. And it ends just like that.
一休みしよっか。スマホのバイブもオフにしよう。一休みしよっか。スマホのバイブもオフにしよう。素敵な夢を。
I can't find Kokona. What happened with Kokona? Stuff like this happens all the time in the dreamscape. Some give themselves completely to beautiful dreams and toss away unneeded distractions. I'll handle. I hope this matter won't affect your mood. I just saw somebody jump off a cliff. Like, in the course of this very long stream, I've literally had a lot of people die in front of me. Holy shit, Penacony. What the fuck? Oh no, she's been replaced. She resigned not too long ago. You can arrange for a new staff member to service you. I'm an old friend of Coconu's. Did she mention me? I'm truly sorry. Coconu's probably not returning to Penacony. Lost ones look forth, there lies not void, but that rose from the future is yet to bloom. That's her song! Tina. Don't play these uppy songs that annoy people. But that's her song! What? That's her song though! And then it's just another cycle. He seems to be really unhappy with it. What the fuck? He's a nightmare. He grew up under this sunshine. And he got a sticker. Oh, that's kind of cruel. So that was really sad. But okay. Wait, I muted the thing. I gotta put it back. Oh, I got everything. I got Leslie Dean. A truly good person wouldn't throw away a tantrum at the alarm clock. Expose their true identity. Okay, I think I gotta retire for today. I still have work later. But that's what I think we've taken care of, like, the more depressing side stories. That was really something else. Oh, I completed everything. Holy shit. Okay, cool. Oh, that's done. Wait for future version updates. Oh, there's gonna be more. Okay, cool. He has his back turned back. He has his back turned back. Anyway, goddamn. Oh, and she is here. I hope she never leaves here. She just sings and... Aww. You're a good girl, Kokona. You're really brave. Thank you for not giving up. It's really good. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. At least, the story ended on a good note. We saved Kokona, and we will continue to help her while we are in Penacony. And I hope by the time that the Penacony story is done, she would have had a good support system before we leave. Man, like literally every quest that we tackled today is all about depression, being suicidal, being having trust issues, everything. That it was a lot of horrible things, and Penacony is really something else. I love you, Adventure. You're so cute. Anyway, once again, everybody who dropped by and left a note or even just lurked in having me in the background. I don't know what you guys do, but there's always this one viewer that never really goes away. I'm not sure if that's just anyway. And I also got a follower today from Ismok Zek TM. It's been really a joy to have them. Like they stayed for me for quite a while. That's really insane. Really appreciate that. It's been really fun. I always say this, but I really do love Penacony. They tackle a lot of really. It's more relatable compared to the other planets because, like, the dilemma that the NPCs have, they really hit closer to home because a lot of it are focused on emotions and feelings more than an actual plot, if that makes sense. So, like, comparing it to stuff like the issues in Belbog, so it's like a rebellion thing, and then the issues in Xianzhou, I can't really recall much from the Xianzhou, I'm sorry. But yeah, you come to Penacony, it's like a melting point of all of these races and civilizations, all of these tourists coming to Penacony to have a good time, but like everybody's just fucked up and depressed with anxiety. But I really love it a lot, and I'm glad that we are able to quote unquote fix them and help them at least. So there's that. So yeah, again, thank you so much, and I really can't wait for the next patch. But before that, I really need to have more funds for E3 Aventurine. I'm not sure if I'll be streaming within this week again, but surely over the weekend, because what day is it today? We have 5 days left. Today's a Thursday already. Okay. Yeah, probably the weekend I'll be doing like a long stream once again. I didn't really plan for the stream to be 8 hours long. That's a whole fucking shift already. That is insane. I only to like watch the concert, but yet here I am. But anyway, yeah, bye. Thanks so much, everyone. See you on the next stream. Bye.